All right, we're back and better than ever.
And we're live.
Everything went smoothly this time. I'd already checked out the audio beforehand, like a good podcaster. So we're good.
far.
Everyone can hear us. Well, I'm just talking about the fact that we transitioned into the live stream and everyone can hear us. That's like a major step forward here.
And it feels weird. Like taking a week off, like I'm like, oh wait, yeah, we do this. I'm like lost. I don't know what we're doing. I'm too ADD sometimes.
Wait, this is a podcast?
Wait, what?
Coaster
Talk
Talk
about?
Podcast. What dumb name? And who thought of that name?
At least he didn't go with something like Mega Coaster Review or something.
Yeah, that'd be awful.
Where I lost the window. Wait, where is it? Oh, that's chat's on here now. If Tumbili opens before Pantheon, I will. Actually, it might.
It might.
Now that I think about it, it probably will.
Well, it's gonna be close. It depends on if Kings Dominion opens up. I don't know if Kings Dominion's planning on opening to Melee with the park. If it opens with the park, it actually might, because the park opens the 12th. But I don't think Kings Dominion typically opens up their rides. Oh, actually, Twisted open with the park. I 3 or 5 of them with the park, I think. Yeah, it might actually.
That would be awesome. That would be genuinely awesome.
I want to be on the Tumbili crew.
You want to flip monkeys?
I do.
So my laptop, I figured something out about it.
Oh, yeah?
It was in hybrid graphics mode, and apparently there's sometimes some issues with that, which is why I was still getting some system freezes or video
Do
freezes.
you think that applies to
So-
the older laptop you had? The older version?
Well, no, there was something definitely wrong with the old laptop.
Okay.
Because that was given different errors, similar results, but the errors were different. It was actually kind of saying that the one GPU just disappeared. But it's now my laptop's now locked in NVIDIA, so it uses the NVIDIA card for everything, and its fans are like always running. It's always hot, and my battery life is like even worse. But it's cool. I like it because it's powerful.
I gotta find my B&M Hyper list.
Yeah, we were actually just talking about the Dark Castle stuff today.
Hey,
I mean,
guys.
there's not a whole lot about it,
Oh,
but
in the chat, you guys can list your favorite B&M Hypercoasters, and we'll bring that up in the poll results this week if you want.
if James doesn't forget it.
I did that one time. You're killing me. And it was Timmy. Who cares about Timmy? He doesn't even join our show anymore.
Yeah, where is he?
He's in Richmond. You gotta message him. Be like, what's up? He's back. Like, he can't have the, oh, I'm at home, I'm hanging out with my parents excuse. He's just probably gaming or something right now. Dumb ways to die. Intimidate Carowinds. is a piece of trash? Because that's not unpopular. That's a great
James
take.
is James is a piece of trash.
No, I mean it's not actually that bad. It's mediocre.
You're mediocre.
You have the worst opinions with B&M hypers as well. I just realized you love the two that the only two I don't really like are the two you love. It's amazing.
No,
No,
I
no,
think
no,
we
no.
said we're just doing hyper
Hyper as in the actual
hypers, not
classification,
not
not the
giga
model
hypers.
of coaster, the actual classification of hyper.
Yes, my application has been submitted.
Yay, Mike!
Mike,
Good job,
Mike,
man.
Mike,
I
Mike,
applaud
Mike,
you.
Mike, Mike,
Wait.
Mike, Mike. What's with this? What's with this nitro take? Come on now.
He's speaking nothing but factual evidence.
Is not.
He is.
Generally, I trust Mike's opinion, but I don't know about this.
Mike, you're right. Mike is right. Mike is right.
You know, my favorite hyper, B&M hyper, used to be Diamondback, but not anymore.
We can agree on
Nitro's
that.
definitely better. Nitro's definitely better.
That was funny.
Wait, are they open January?
Yeah, they're open year round. Remember?
Oh, I thought they were still closing in January.
Nope, they're the year round park now. And King's Dominion's probably gonna follow suit here soon. I don't know about this season, but well, Mike, you have a terrible Diamondback take. So you have a terrible Kings Island take. I have to actually go through my list here and just read off my favorite hypers because
I gotta actually figure mine out too. Dag nabbit. I don't want to think.
dang.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm gonna make my list here. Nitro, Intimidator.
I love on RCDB when there's a ride that opened in 2015, but the name of it's unknown. It's also standing but not operating, but that's besides the point.
We know it's there. We just don't know what his name is.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this the one that actually didn't open? Oh, yeah. I think, yeah, this is that park that, like, never, like, coasters got built there, but, like, it never actually
Well, yeah, but
opened.
they do that a lot with other. There's other rides.
Yeah,
like
they
that.
do. They do.
It's kind of funny. It's like we know it's there. Just don't know what its name is. It's
I thought
something.
I rode more than... Because I haven't read a lot of B&M hypers.
Yeah. So your take is meaningless.
Pam! Mike, all I'm gonna say is you should definitely pay more attention to our Discord channel. Because you missed out on an hour of eventful discourse. So I've only rode 4 B&M hypers.
Yeah, so I've ridden double.
Why does it? I feel like I've rode more. I guess because of the Gigas, but that's only 2 more.
I've gotten on 8. That's so yeah. Oh whoa! Wait a second. Why is Orion on here? Delete. Oh, I don't have Goliath. I was like, I know I've ridden 8 though.
Yeah, you're gonna hate mine.
I know I am. I already know the order. It's Candemonium, Nitro, Intimidator, Apollo's Chariot. That's a terrible list.
Go Saints! What? What happened?
She's talking about the New Orleans Saints. The NFL team.
Yeah, but isn't she an Eagles fan?
Yeah, she's bandwagon though. She goes back and forth between the Saints and the.
Gotcha.
You got to list them out, Mike.
Oh well, I guess if they're I guess if it's against the Cowboys, then I'll say go Saints too.
Here we go, Saints. Here we go. That's exact. My response earlier when Mike said Saints, I said it's more of a. I don't really. I'm not rooting for the Saints. It's just more of a general hatred for the Cowboys. I would be rooting for the Saints if and only if Alvin Kamara was playing.
Hey Pam, look what I got.
What does that mean? Is that like an inside joke?
What? It's hard to find the peach pop.
I'm gonna go to Sheets tonight and find one.
Probably.
I'm gonna go to every Sheets in Richmond and find one.
Is by far the best.
I don't like peach, but I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna drink it.
It's very good.
Oh no. Oh no. It's amazing how black and white these lists are. Black and white. What am I talking about? They are black and white because it's black paper. It's black pen and white paper.
What are you talking about? What's written on? What?
I was trying to speak intelligently, and I failed. I sound like an Eagles fan. I'm just kidding.
Washington fan.
I said Eagles fan, but
No, Mike's a Washington fan.
ugh.
I'm a Washington fan for baseball. Not that I really pay attention, but
Yeah, because you can't root for the.
No, I know enough about baseball to know that I don't like the Pirates. No. Means you're a Capitals fan. Listen to me talking like I know sports.
You don't like the Capitals? I like the Capitals. I'm a Penguins fan too. I like both.
I don't really care. I don't really know enough.
I mean, the Capitals and Penguins don't really like each other that much, but I just root for them. I grew up liking the Capitals kind of because my dad liked them a lot, and then I was like, but I like Pittsburgh too, so I gotta include the Penguins in there. So now I'm a kind of both. And the Nationals are too young to really not like them, so I can't hate them. I don't really like the Redskins though.
You mean the Washington football team?
Hmm.
I mean, I have a lot of extra hate for Washington because of Dan Snyder. Like, I mean, let's be real.
I mean, I don't really care. I mean, I care, but that's not really why. All right. We got our poll responses here. So are we done with the news, I guess? Nope, you didn't. Oh my god, you're killing me. Absolutely.
Wait,
Positively.
what am? Oh, I forgot to put Diamondback on. I was like, how come he has 4 and I rode them all and
Has he ridden 5 then?
yeah. Ooh.
Don't you do it.
Man. Can I have a tie?
Don't even disgrace the name of the coaster by doing what you're gonna do. You're gonna do it just to piss me off now, but which pisses me off even more.
I don't know. This is tough, and it's always been tough between these two.
No, it hasn't. Maybe in your ridiculous mind it is. But
Well, the last ride that I had on it
No,
was
no.
not good. So
all right, well, I'm not going to allow us to share our thoughts then this week.
what? Just for that, I'm changing it. No. I don't know. This is tough. You actually don't know what my debate is.
I think I do.
I'm doing 3A and 3B. I don't care what you say.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what I thought. I got your initial list right, so I know where your third spot is, so.
I mean, let's face it, they're all really good.
Give or take one, they're all really good, yeah. There's one in particular that's not very good. But.
You're dumb.
Other than that, I grant you they're all very good, yes.
Yeah, but if you're off your seat, how does the vibration matter?
Diamondback has a pretty bad rattle, but it's not. Rattles have never bothered me. Like that's not.
Honestly, my last ride on Diamondback, was actually really bad.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten really bad rattles on
But that
Diamondback.
was the first time that I ever noticed any kind of a rattle. But it was bad enough to give me a headache. But I was also the only person on the train, so I don't know if that had something to do with it.
It does.
Probably did.
The weight of the train.
Yeah.
But either way, it's always been there, and I don't really think it matters that much. I don't know. Rattles have never bothered me. It's not until the rattle develops into a roughness is it really bothersome. I've never gotten a headache from a rattle.
I get headaches from rattles a lot. Well,
I
not
am,
a lot.
but I am getting headaches a lot recently. I think it might be a lasting effect of COVID. I'm not lying. I think I'm gonna go to my physician because I've never gotten headaches in my life, and now I've had to leave school a couple of days where I've just like had such a bad headache. My head's just pounding. So I'm gonna have to get that checked. Speaking of which, thank you guys for reminding me of that. All right, so weekly poll and something to talk about in the second half of the show.
Yeah, they do run rougher. I think Kings Island mustn't change. It's so weird though. Like Kings
I
Island.
wrote it on the same day. I was there when Mike was there the day he wrote it, and it wasn't that bad. And the day I was there when he wrote Orion too.
It's like crazy that there's a lot of rides. The infamously more reliable rides that stay better at Kings Island are worse. But then like you go to Kings Island by far Flight of Fear than Kings by like a lot. Backlot Sun Coaster is also smoother at Kings Island. And it has effects.
Yeah, that's more of the reason it's better.
Well, theming has a big part of it. But Flight of Fear at King's Dominion gives me a headache. Flight of Fear at Kings Island does not.
Yeah, I've never had that issue. I don't think the King's Dominion one's that bad. The only thing that's bad about the King's Dominion one is the mid-course. Like, frickin' throws you into that mid-course. And then you slam on the brake. It's... Oh.
How is Flight of Fear better at King's Dominion than Kings Island?
I think they're about the same.
I mean, Kings Island still has all the theming, show building, and like... It's just...
The only reason I'm not a big fan of Kings Island is because they made me take my camera bag on the ride. And I was like scared to death I was going to drop my camera the entire time I was riding. Because I thought they had bins, like the King's Dominion one. They don't have them anymore, but they used to have those storage bins.
Yeah.
So I walked in there with my camera bag, and they're like, "You got to ride with it." And I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Hey Jane, you're right about the MCBR.
All right, back to Jimmy. Gene. I'm trying to see how we even got that. Like,
He's getting...
You're a master typist.
He's got to be on his phone.
All right. What are we talking about in the second half?
Nothing.
We should talk about Jane.
Talk about Jane.
Ooh, Jane. That's a good song by Jefferson Starship. See, there's a song I guarantee no one in this chat knows, but chat. I'm so old. I'm such an old soul. Every time I'm gonna do it. Because every time Bob says something, so we say something about something old, Bob does it. I'm gonna do it.
What?
Every time like something old comes up, like a reference to something from your childhood, you post a link to it. So I'm gonna post a link to this. It's a song that this has me thinking of now.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh,
I'm going to post a link to a song.
I see it.
Boom, boom, boom. I think King's Dominion ops are better though.
King's Dominion ops suck.
You suck.
I haven't been there since the retrack on Racer. I know it needed it badly. I don't know what we're talking about the second half, James.
Ah. Do you just want to rank the hypers? That'll be the second half. I mean, that's not very. I had to talk about skydiving. I forgot to talk about that.
Did you go skydiving?
I did. Me and Timmy.
I want to go skydiving.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, I would have invited you. I didn't. I did not think you'd want to skydive, to be honest. I know Pam didn't want to. We did in Orange County. It's a really good location, apparently. I was talking to a retired.
Triangle?
You
Is
said
that
what?
Triangle? Triangle, Virginia?
No, Orange
Is
County.
that Orange? Where's Orange County?
It's like northwestern, but it's like it's not as far up as Charlottesville. It's kind of near. It's like it's east of. West of Fredericksburg, kind of in Spotsylvania.
Oh, okay. Is that like built-in area?
You said Bilton?
Yeah.
Uh,
Opal?
not really. I think that's a little too far up. I mean, it's like it's kind of near Culpeper, kind of. I think. You know, Gordonsville is.
No.
All right, which it's literally west of Fredericksburg.
I know
That's the best way to put it.
Culpeper. I mean, Opal's just above Culpeper. Like, not very far above Culpeper.
All right, well, it's south of Culpeper. It's like
Oh, it's south of Culpeper. Well, then. Oh, look, there's Orange. On Route 15.
yeah. But apparently, it's like one of the better skydiving places in the country. I was talking to a retired paratrooper who said it's like the only place he'll go. I'm thinking about doing it again eventually. I'll let you know if I go.
All right, cool.
Timmy and me both really liked it. My friend Ian wants to do it too because he.
Redbox. When they get into the roller coaster business.
Redbox? What the fuck? How did you miss? Is it like an autocorrect or something?
That's an impressive autocorrect.
Redbox.
Pam, do you still rent DVDs?
What true hypers have you been on that I haven't? Redbox used to be my my shit though.
Never used Redbox. I was all about Netflix.
I use that. I
And
mean,
then,
I did both. That
then Blockbuster.
I
It
did
was
Blockbuster
funny.
first, and then I went to
Well, no,
Netflix.
so you used, you mean the by mail Blockbuster?
No, I went in store.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I went Blockbuster in store, then I went to Netflix, and then I went to Blockbuster by mail.
Blockbuster used to be my place. I used to love to go there when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I would hang out there for hours. What, Pam? Which ones have you ridden? All right, I'll list the ones I've ridden, and just give me the two I haven't. I'm trying to think where you've been. There's no B&M Hypers in California. There's none in Texas. Have you been to La Ronde? You haven't been to La Ronde, right? Not you, but Pam. Alright, it's going to take her 40 hours to reply anyway. Alright, I'll just list off mine. I'm not going to RCDB to find the ones you've ridden, Pam. Just tell me. I don't know. What does that mean? Just tell me the two that... Alright, let's just... Since you're not going to answer me, I'll do it though. Bear now. You haven't been to... Europe. I guess you've been to Great America. I'm confused. Where's your other one coming from? Because all the other ones I've ridden. Unless you've been to China. Well, I never been to Spain. Ba-do-do. Have you been to... Yeah, you haven't been to Europe. Alright. I've ridden... Let's see, what are the only ones I haven't ridden in the US here? Great America. That's it. So, where's the other one coming from? I'm confused. You're confusing me, Pam. I've read them all in North America other than Raging Bull and whatever that one in La Ronde is called, Superman or whatever, or Goliath. Is it called Goliath? No, it's not called Goliath. Oh, it is called Goliath, yeah. I always remember it's like red and blue, kind of like Superman, but... Alright, Pam, my list is Goliath, Mako, Candemonium, Behemoth, Diamondback, Apollo's Chariot, Intimidator, and Nitro. What were you saying?
I just got an ADD attack here because I was looking at the map, and I'm gonna start a business. I'm just going to build toll roads of bridges that cross the Potomac.
There's not many.
Like there are so few places to cross the Potomac, it's ridiculous.
I agree. I think they want to consolidate traffic into one area in Washington, just to piss everyone off.
But like, it's not even just Washington. Like, the whole like
I know,
West Virginia Maryland
that's the
border.
thing.
There's like,
That's the thing. They want everyone to go down that way to cross.
it's crazy. Either that, or I'll just buy a bunch of boats and do ferries. Something. Holy crap. So from 81, I mean, okay, there's Route 34 from Shepherdstown that crosses into Maryland. That's a pretty decent distance from 81. But then it continues going.
340.
I'm going 340.
287.
Yeah, 17 and 287.
15.
And then 15 is just a freaking nightmare at rush hour. I used to cross that a lot.
And then
And then you have nothing until you get Beltway. Or you have Chain Bridge. I think that's right before. Holy crap! Where is Chain Bridge? Okay, 495, and then I think Chain Bridge is in between the Beltway crossing. Yeah, it's in between the Beltway crossings. But then you got 66 Route 1, and then 495. I guess that's the Anacostia. But then from there, oh yeah, there's where 495 crosses. But then you go the whole way down. Like, there's nowhere to cross into Maryland till you get to 257, which is like down by Fredericksburg. Or like it's Fredericksburg, but way east of Fredericksburg. It's insane. And then again,
are you, what about 301?
301? Where?
301. I mean that's a Fredericksburg. But... Is that what
Yeah,
you're
that's what I'm
talking
talking about. Yeah.
Okay. That goes right by my house, that highway. That route. It's a state route.
Yeah, but that's my point. Like that's way east of Fredericksburg, but it's like on that level. But then like there's nothing. 64. Wait, what state is that?
64.
Yeah, I-64. Oh wait, there's
Across the Potomac?
not the Potomac, but that's like the bay. Like that's where you get down. Like there's nothing.
That's what to say. Are you talking about in like Hampton Roads area, like where it crosses from the?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. 13.
Oh, that's the Bay, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge.
Yeah,
tunnel.
that's what I said. The bay.
But then
like,
there's also
it's-
the Hampton Tunnel, but that crosses into Sandbridge, Virginia Beach area.
It's crazy. Seriously, we could just build bridges, and charge tolls. Could make a mint. All right, that was a big rabbit trail.
Oh baby, I'm used to it.
And we probably lost all of our listeners from
They're out of there. Bridge talk.
river talk, bridge talk.
Bridge talk. They're still talking about. I did say Mako, Pam. I'm really confused where you got an extra one from. I'm really stumped here. In Oklahoma, not Arizona, what does it matter? Well, I never been to Spain. But I kinda like the music.
Pam falling asleep is expected.
Pam, I need you to tell me where this. I think you're making up a hypercoaster. I think you went into some sort of fever dream and imagined that you rode something that doesn't exist. Because there is no hypercoaster that you've ridden that I haven't. That makes 10. With Raging Bull, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9. You've written 9. I think you miscounted. Unless you went to Japan or Europe without telling me.
I mean, it's possible.
It is. That's the only explanation. Or you went to L'Oran, but you already said you didn't, so. I'm gonna go with my theory here. I think I'm right. But I kinda like the music.
Somebody decide what we're talking about the second half of the show. I don't care who does it. Just somebody.
There's a radio station called The Bridge. We could do a spin on that and just do bridge talk.
Okay. Let's do it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9. And you can, and that's Orion. You put Orion in there. That's not a hyper. So you've written 8 actually. So you've actually written 1 less. You're really confusing me, Pam. This is you're making this a lot more complicated.
Talk about triple loop for an hour.
1, 2,
You do
3,
it.
4, 6, 7.
I need somebody to explain to me West Virginia roads. Like the way they number
Holy
them.
shit. This time I counted 10.
still-
I'm really... West Virginia roads?
Yeah, there's a numbering thing that happens that I don't fully understand.
Or the divided
There's like
by?
routes that are it's like 9/3, but it's not 2 routes. Like sometimes you see that and it's like,
Yeah, like intersect, merging.
but they all like it seems like they're around. So like West Virginia 9, there's a road that crosses it that's 9/3, and I don't understand. And then that turns into 340, but then 340/4 comes to an intersection where 340 goes 340/12 goes another way. I don't understand it. I don't what like
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm wondering if those are like old route number like that used to be like 9/3 used to be Route 9.
You're gonna need to you need to talk to a highway engineer for that one, probably.
Yeah. Hey.
Pam. You're lying to
mean,
me now, Pam.
It is West Virginia. Now look, I found 340/8.
It's 8,
I
Pam.
look-
You've written 8. Stop saying 9.
Oh, there's 340/7. What the hell? I need to figure this out. 340/8 runs parallel, but then also crosses 340/7.
Oh, it is 9. Never mind, I think.
I understand it.
Alright, I don't care enough. I don't really care. Everyone, please just rank your rods again. Rank your B&M hypers. And Mike, you got to do an actual ranking here, not a cheating. Everything else is at the bottom. Oh, Daniel's here. You can do it as well, Daniel.
Daniel!
It's like the first time I've ever seen you in there.
I know.
He's probably already left.
Late.
We just started.
It's dinner time. Actually, I'm hungry.
He wasn't kidding. It is really dinner time. Ah, man. What are we talking about in the second half of the show?
I don't know, man.
So it was happy hour for you. Can we... Please. Why is it so hard to find something to talk about in the second half of the show?
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. It just is, man.
Wait, West Virginia has a turnpike?
Do they?
Apparently.
Probably generates no revenue for the state if no one knows about it.
Oh wait, no, I think Pam and I were on it when we went to Holiday World the first time.
It looks like it's just a piece of 64.
Yeah.
Is it tolls?
Yeah.
Those fuckers.
It is like weird.
It like merges into 77 and then it just becomes 64 turnpike. That's weird, yeah.
Whoa. Wikipedia has some interesting... Well, they list all the roads in Berkeley
Wait,
County.
I think I've been on...
What the
If it goes through
hell?
Charleston, I've been on it. I just didn't realize I was on it, I guess. I wasn't driving at the time.
So the slash numbers are county roads, I think.
Oh my god, now we're road talk.
Until you decide what we're talking about this half.
I have an idea for something in the future. No, we can't do it tonight. We should do like a ride op talk episode where we have like ride ops come on and talk about whatever experiences or...
That could be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 81 frontage roads intersect CR 81-1, CR 81-2, 81-3, 81-4, 81-5, 81-6. So they're all they're all extensions off of the main road. That's why they're slashes. At least that's what it seems like.
Like they come off of the already
Yeah.
main state route?
Yeah. Hey, there's Baxter Road, County Road 9/4. You better come up with something sooner. We're just going to talk
I
about West
see.
Virginia roads all night.
Well, now I'm looking at roads now. I see I see 9 and I see like a bunch of 9/whatever's next to it. But then all of a sudden
Yeah.
there's a 36 divided by 1. Or 36/1. I'm speaking in math term. But I just see 36/1 randomly. Where does that come from? I don't see 36 anywhere near. Unless I'm blind. Oh, it's way up there.
36 is Golf Course Road.
All right, actually, I see it now. Never mind, that makes sense. I didn't see it there. It
Yeah, it goes from 36-1 goes from Route 36 to West Virginia Route 9.
yeah. I wonder why they didn't choose.
Screw you, Pam. We know how to count out here. Sort of. Hey, know how to count. We're using fraction improperly,
I don't have
but
my
we're
phone.
using them. I think I actually crossed Baxter Road on my way to work, if I remember correctly. I feel like I remember seeing that somewhere. I don't remember where, though. Yeah, that's one of the things we're talking about. Maybe we should do that, James.
No. I'm just
You
kidding.
didn't even look. Move Connie out to the second half, just because.
I was thinking about moving Hollywood Nights to the second half.
Or we could do that.
Because that's not really
Can we
news
have-
necessarily. It's more like
Can
coaster.
we have Pam on? Can we have Pam on to talk about it?
Oh my god. That would be bad. I think that's the one thing she
Does-
might not want to come on for.
Does Pam have any opinions about Hollywood Nights?
No, I don't know if she does. Yes, but it's not really industry news. It's more like enthusiast news. So I feel like
I already got a piece of your mind, Pam.
middle finger.
I'm surprised that became an emoji.
All right. Well, weekly poll.
Are you planning on applying to Hollywood Nights?
I don't. Maybe. I guess. I mean, is that,
I mean, it fits.
people really act like they're SCOTUS, like scrutinizing some new law. They're not going to be like, oh, in this they mentioned that they have a coaster count of 125. That doesn't meet our criteria. They can't be let into this event. That's on Hollywood Nights.
Somebody on Reddit was like, "Oh, now they're going to double the price." It's like, dude, like that whole event is not really about it's not like really about them making money. I mean, I'm not saying they don't, but like
Well, they did raise the price, but not really
they did a
substantially.
little bit. But it's
Yeah.
not that much because it's two days now,
Yeah, people don't
two
realize
full
that
days.
they are actually doing full days of it now.
Which kind of makes me think that it's another reason why I kind of think there's something like they have something else up their sleeves maybe.
As in,
I don't know. Like you make the event smaller and then make it 2 days. Like there's something else going on. I think that they just haven't told us yet.
it's going to be a better event.
Well, there's that.
I mean, I really am sad I can't go this year because this is exactly what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
I'll see. I'll ask my mom and see if we can swing it, but I don't really think we'll be able to. Mm. All right. Are we ready then?
I was born ready.
You actually got me thinking. I'm kind of hungry. Do we take a snack break now or later?
Oh, I don't know. Let's get the first half out of the way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Na, 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 na.
Hey. All right, I need to close this map window.
I was saying,
'cause
hey
it's-
Jude.
All right, whatever.
Hey Jude, don't make it bad.
All right.
Remember to let
You ready?
your skin. Yeah. To make it better, 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 better.
Are you actually ready?
I'm thinking about recording a piece of the show so I can publish it to the interweb. Because we haven't done one of those in a while.
What piece of the show?
That's what I'm trying to decide right now. Which one do you think? Kangaroo Returns is a pretty good one. But it's also not really too much to talk about, so it might not be that long. It's just literally...
I don't know. We could get into it. I could get into it.
I don't want to get into it, really. There's no need to get into it. Other than you were right and you called it. This is a
I did
marketing stunt.
No, actually, yes. Let's do that because I do have some things to say. Like it's not like an argument, but yeah, let's definitely record that one.
Yeah, the other ones kind of suck anyway. There's not really much. Hold up. Let me get
Hold
this.
up.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
So how are we gonna do this? We're gonna do the intro and then just, or
Wait, are you talking about the video?
yeah.
I always just edit out. I'll just start recording and then I'll edit out the stuff that we don't.
All right, so we don't have to stop.
Yeah, I'll just stop it when we stop talking about it.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2.
Long time no listen, no here. It's been a week. We took a week off and we're back.
Feels longer than
I know it does.
was.
It really does. A lot's happened in the last 2 weeks since we've last recorded, but yeah, it's good to be back.
Yes, indeed. And today was an eventful day. We've got some interesting news that
Oh, we do. Yeah.
that we're going to talk about actually in the second half because there's a lot to unpack.
Well,
there.
we've deemed it coaster enthusiast news, not amusement park industry news, really. So,
Is that how that works?
yeah.
I never actually really understood how that works. I was just going with what you say. I don't know.
Yeah, James. All right.
So is that the difference between the first half and the second half?
Maybe. I don't know. It kind of depends on my mood.
Okay. Okay. That makes more sense.
Real quick before we jump into the amusement industry news, I want to bring up. Now I think about it. Did I do it before? Or, I think it was after we recorded. So actually, I would have not been able to bring it up beforehand. But I skydived about 2 weeks ago. So
Dived
yeah.
or dove?
Doved. I think
I don't know.
either might
Which is it?
work.
Skydove, skydived. I don't know.
I think it might be. I think they're interchangeable. But whatever. I'm pretty sure both are grammatically correct. And
You jumped out of an airplane.
I did. Yeah, at 14,000 feet. I was tandem, so I was with another individual. But I think you'll find this funny. So you're instructed to, when you're on the ground, they instruct you how to obviously jump. You don't just get up there and jump. But they were instructing me and my mother and Timmy, who we went with, and they were like, under absolutely no circumstances are you to grab on to the sides of the plane when we're up there. You keep your hands forward, and when we jump, we jump. You'll hear me all call out, we're jumping, 3, 2, 1, and we'll jump. But do not hold on to the sides of the airplane. And my mom she wanted to go first. And first thing first, she gets up to the opening, grabs onto the top of the airplane, and the guy's like, "Let go, let go!" It was pretty funny. I was laughing. I was like, no way, we're not gonna go. They're gonna like bring us down. Like we just spent all this money, and she's gonna freak out. Because I didn't know, like she's like terrified of. We've done the sky coasters. She's been terrified of those, and I'm like, there's no way she's not gonna be. There's no way she's going to be able to do this. I mean, she's going to get up there and be terrified, I'd assume, but she really wasn't. I was surprised, but she did grab on at the sides, and they were really. They're like, dude, let go, let go, let go. It's pretty bad. But yeah, it was pretty funny. Me and Timmy both looked at each other, just started laughing.
I just picture your mom like hanging onto this, like hanging off the
Yes.
side of the plane, like.
I mean, to be honest, inside the plane, but that's kind of how it was like, she was like, it looked so awkward. She was like leaning, it looked like she was planning her feet to not go out. Like that's what it looked like. She told me that wasn't what she was doing, but it appeared like she was in that like defense, like, I don't want to go. But then she was like, no, I was like, no, I was fine. I'm like, you did not seem like you were fine. But yeah, we jumped out. It was a ton of fun. Really, really was. It's different than a roller coaster, really. It wasn't expected. Like the actual dropping sensation is very different.
I mean, it's exactly the same, except there's no cars, wheels, track.
I was expecting the same
Airplane
free fall
hills?
feeling, but the actual drop out of the airplane isn't at all that feeling. You don't really have the butterflies in your stomach at all.
Really?
No. And actually the instructor told me that that's common. You don't really feel that feeling when you're jumping out, which I was surprised by. I
You
don't
do
know.
before though, right? I would imagine.
I mean,
Like,
I wasn't really that nervous, so no, I didn't get that feeling really, which I was surprised by. I'm assuming if people are like nervous, they would feel that way, like you start getting butterflies in your stomach or something. But the actual dropping sensation doesn't provide that feeling, at least for me, and my instructor said many people don't feel that way typically, which was surprising. Um, yeah, but
well,
I got about a
if you
45-second
actually
free
get to the
fall.
point, you get to the point that you're like doing that. I guess you're pretty serious. Like, you probably already are prone to adrenaline.
Yeah, yeah,
That probably has a lot more to do with it than anything else.
maybe. I don't know. My mom again is not an adrenaline junkie really, but I don't think she said she didn't feel it either. But yeah, the 45
Hmm.
second free fall was excellent. But I actually really enjoyed just the actual. I thought I would enjoy by leaps and bounds the free fall more than the actual parachuting. But no, I think both were equivalent. Honestly, they're both really fun. And I actually I was allowed to steer the parachute some, which was really cool. My instructor said I did it. Was he thought I was doing a really good job, so he let me ended up steering the parachute some. So yeah, I had a really good experience. And at Skydive Orange, I want to give them a plug because they're a really good company, and I know a lot of people that I talk to, ex-military and people that like to skydive quite a bit, say they're one of the best in the state and in the area and in the country. Some have even
And
said so.
for those of you in Florida and California, don't get excited. This is Virginia.
Yeah, Orange County, Virginia. Hmm.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Can't say that I've had. Guess what I've been doing? I've been working.
All right.
That's
Well,
really
I've
like
been doing that too, but this is like 2 weeks ago. So, in all fairness,
work is insane. The Thanksgiving was nice. Hopefully everybody had a great Thanksgiving.
yeah.
Um,
And sorry we weren't there to provide some content for you on your travels, but I'm sure you guys were fine.
yeah, it could have been catching up.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, it's time to get to some news and a story that Bob could have pretty much did predict on the show like a while back. I probably could have called
Indeed.
this
And
a couple
actually,
weeks
there's a
ago,
lot.
but we decided to hold off.
We decided to hold off.
Yeah, like we heard that there was an announcement from Kennywood, and we decided to
Oh
not
yes,
bring
yeah.
up the
Oh
fact
yeah.
that we thought
Actually,
it was
this
going to be
was
Kangaroo.
the
This was the
yeah.
announcement.
Because that's right. Our last. That's right. Our last episode
I
was
was like, do
actually
you have dementia,
recorded
Bob?
the
Did
night
we?
before this. No, yeah. Well, no, I was thinking the way you said that, I was like, well, announced the timer. But that's right. They announced that they were making an announcement
And we all had a hunch that
when
that's
we were
what
recorded.
this was. And
I was almost positive that's what it was, and I almost like I was really torn. Like part of me wanted to say like yeah, let's go, but by the time the podcast released, it would have already been said. So didn't really see a point in doing that. But I had actually been saying this for a while. I kind of had this feeling that Kenny would basically use this as a bargaining chip because now people feel better about the 3 rides that have disappeared now.
Mhm.
But there's an aspect of this that actually kind of this is something I was talking about more than a year ago, probably 2 years ago.
I forgot to click record on the.
You big dummy.
It's like, oh man,
You can just say stop. I mean, it's not like we're gonna keep.
but I like that better. That was funnier. I look like an idiot. Oh,
Good. We can wait for the train to go by.
wait for the train. Yeah. And sorry we weren't there to provide.
I don't know what it is.
some
The
content.
like the last couple of
Yeah,
days,
exactly.
the trains have seemed
All right, well,
louder than
it's time to get to
they
some
normally
news.
have been.
I'm gonna stop it at 6:40 or 6:38, 6:37. just gonna restart the whole like transition.
Just realized my audio is high, and I don't know why. It wasn't before.
I'm actually gonna do a great pun that I was gonna do, but I forgot to because I was freaking out that I forgot to record. So
Wait, hold on. Where? Okay, I said yeah. They could have been catching up. That's what I said right before 6:38. Should I keep that or delete that?
wait, let me see what I said. We're fine. And sorry we weren't there to provide some. Yeah, that's fine. You were mentioning why we didn't record. You're like, yeah, they could have been catching up from other past episodes.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So cut right after that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of audio. Look at all that. Look at all that hard work.
The 2
Cut
minutes.
to pieces because of James.
The 35 seconds.
All right. You ready?
Yes.
3, 2.
Let's hop into some news. Hop on over to Kennywood. And pun intended.
Look at that.
Pun intended.
Look at that transition. Let's hop.
Yes. Kennywood has unveiled that they have plans to bring back Kangaroo, which is something Bob over here speculated about back when the actual initial announcement occurred. It's kind of a way for them to accentuate this attraction, make it more.
I don't think it was immediately. I mean, when they first made the announcement,
Well,
I was just purely pissed. I couldn't think of anything
subsequent
else
to
at
pretty
that
close
point,
to the announcement.
yeah.
You started
It
speculating.
wasn't long after that it kind of started. Thinking, and I mean, seriously, that I think it's still kind of shitty what they did, but it's. I mean, this was kind of like a bargaining chip where now like people have kind of forgiven them
God.
for getting rid of 3.
Do it again.
Oh my God, James.
I was like, why do we restart again?
Oh my God.
I really was like, why do we restart again? And then I went to click and I'm like, I didn't. It's not easy, man. It's not easy being cheesy. Oh boy. All right. Tip of the tongue and the teeth. Here we go. I'll do it this time. Here, I already started recording. I'll just edit all this out.
All right. 3, 2.
All right, well, let's hop on over to Kennywood, who just unveiled that, and pun intended there, most definitely.
That's a transition there.
Yeah. Hop on over to Kennywood, who just unveiled a plan to bring back Kangaroo. And Bob actually was the one to speculate and predict this. Yes. And it is a plan, it looks, to kind of accentuate the attraction, to bring it back out, make it more noticeable, make it more prominent, which it's successful in doing that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a shitty move.
It is. It's a shitty move, but it was a shitty move that was intelligent at the same time. It kind of worked.
It was
strategic.
It was certainly intelligent on their part. It was definitely strategic. But I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, Kangaroo's coming back. Like, for the most part, nobody is really thinking about Paratrooper or Baron Curve or Volcano. I mean, but let's be honest about it. Those other rides do still exist in other places. Within Pennsylvania, even there's a couple places. Knoebels has a Paratrooper, and it looks like they're going to have a Baron Curve. Dorney has an Enterprise. And there's other. Conneaut Lake has a Paratrooper.
For now.
That'll come later. But it's the Kangaroo was the one and only in existence, and very well loved. I mean, there's a reason why Kennywood made that their mascot.
Yeah.
It was a centerpiece. But here's the thing: like, not only there's something that I was saying about Kennywood a long while back, and I don't know if you remember this. This was probably a good 2 years ago. When they started making these well, wait, 2 years. COVID still has me all messed up on years. Maybe it was like 3 years ago. I don't know. A long time ago, in the galaxy far away.
There we go.
I addressed my concern. I addressed my concern with the Kennywood coasters, the wooden coasters, and
Yes.
my biggest concern was what I was seeing was Kennywood and Palace in general was basically kind of transitioning from this like small park where you have like Knoebels and even Hershey, where they do all of the work on their own. They make their own parts, they fabricate it, they just do everything in house, and they have the ability to control that quality and actually go above and beyond any other park because they don't have to pay somebody else to do it. And my concern was they were transitioning more to this big park feel. And as much as I think there are benefits that are coming from the new executive that came from SeaWorld, I think that's one of the things that has scared me for a while is that he seems to have this attitude of like, we don't do all this stuff in house. Like, we have other companies that will take care of our maintenance. We outsource all of that. That way we don't have to employ all of these people in our maintenance department. And that's why with the Kangaroo, you look at it as a simple machine. It's like, well, how can you tell me that's an expensive ride to operate when you do everything in house? You don't I don't even think with Kennywood. I don't even think Cedar Fair definitely is down a lot, but I'm not sure with Palace that it actually is even a liability thing. It's just they just don't want to employ that many people, I think.
I was saying that's what they were describing it as, like, it's a liability. Yeah.
But in any case, what we're seeing in this announcement, Kangaroo is coming back, but as they say, it's coming back better than ever. And what they mean by that is they actually worked with Premier Rides to actually revamp the entire control system on this ride. And like, they haven't really shared a lot of details on what that all entails. They're saying that the ride experience is going to be exactly the same. There's going to be new lighting packages, and display, a new logo, which everybody voted on. Thank you, Pittsburgh, for voting for Vintage.
Even though Classic was the
Despite
better.
what James thinks. But this is exactly what I was worried about, is that Kennywood didn't do this work. They actually gave the ride to Premier and said, hey,
take it,
refurb this. And that's what scares me. I'm not saying the writing's on the wall, but I have concern that if you go to an outsourcing type of arrangement with wooden coasters, you generally go to this position where we now see like, oh, it's a big deal. Like, this wooden coaster is getting a retrack. Right now, Kennywood does work constantly on these wooden coasters. Constantly. They're constantly maintaining them. That's why they're so good. That is why Jackrabbit is so good and why the trains are still true to their original intention.
And Thunderbolt.
And yeah, Thunderbolt, I mean, all of them. Racer included. And I think really, look at even Phantom's Revenge, you're still looking at, it's Aero Morgan. That's kind of, in a sense, the steel version of a coaster, in a sense. And I think there's even an aspect of it there as well. But that's what concerns me, is if you're doing more outsourcing, is that type of labor going to go on behind the scenes all the time? Or are we going to start seeing GCI or Gravity Group coming in and doing annual maintenance on the track.
Yeah.
I mean, lots of parks send their PTC trains out to PTC to be refurbished. I'm actually not sure if Racers trains go. I kind of feel like Racer, they even do that in-house. I'm not sure about that. But Jackrabbit, they rebuild a train every year. Every year, they completely rebuild an entire train. Thunderbolt's close to the same level. I mean, are we going to continue to see that? Like, you can't send trains out. Like, there isn't a company like PTC still in business that makes those trains. Those are one of a kind. It's the same with Phantom's Revenge. There's no other trains like those anywhere in the world. So, I don't know.
Yeah, are we going to see this dependency on other parties coming in and refurbing the rides? I don't know. And that's just a transition of Kennywood, which is unfortunate. I mean, but I think that's long been coming. It's kind of been this, it's kind of looked like it's headed in this commercial direction. Sadly, like you said, for quite some time.
Yeah, yes and no.
I mean,
that's one thing I have to say.
The big NFL coaster might not be a dead giveaway, but
the thing is that I think that is one thing that Parkways Reunidos actually had right when they first bought the park up until a few years ago, is they kind of still let the parks do their own thing a lot more than most chain parks did. And I feel like this is another, even though this is positive, and I'm ecstatic to see Kangaroo come back, because this had to happen. Like this is a big part of Kennywood. This is a vital part of Kennywood. But even though it's a positive result, it's those things in the background that still, like the things that I was worried about, it still was kind of confirming those, and I continue to be worried. Again, writing's not on the wall. I just have, just kind of a little concerned.
Yeah, and I mean, it could be a bad thing. It could be, I mean, I think Kennywood will always have that small park charm, that regional park charm, that family park charm even. I mean, it is transitioning away from that. I think that's just gradually happening. We'll see if that's kind of an overhaul they plan on doing for the whole park, or if it's just going to be like these small little additions here and there. I don't think that's necessarily detrimental to the park's overall feeling, ambiance. Hey, Kangaroo here, steel curtain there. That's fine, but hopefully that doesn't occur.
Well, Kennywood has always,
park-wide.
even before Parkways, they've always added modern rides to the mix of the classic feel. And I don't have any.
That's not inherently a bad move. It's just.
I'll tell you right now, Kennywood, Idlewild, even Dutch Wonderland, they are doing an amazing job of actually doing the TLC stuff. Even before this whole big rage of painting everything that we're seeing this year, even before that, Kennywood, Idlewild, Sandcastle, Dutch Wonderland, Lake Compounds, they've all been doing a lot of the TLC stuff that has been missed. And that is a big, big deal. That is a very good thing. And I'm ecstatic to see that. And I'm glad that they're realizing that that's something you can't just kind of forget about.
Yeah. Kennywood's
doing some good things. This is I've changed a lot in the last year. And Kangaroo makes a big difference. I mean, I have a lot of positive things to say about Kennywood. They've definitely improved operations a lot. There's still room for some improvement, but they've definitely improved. I think there's some room for improvement on their Platinum Pass program. I've had some issues with that, but they're also listening. They've made some adjustments this year, even though it's still not exactly what I think it should be. It actually seems like they're listening and they're paying attention, and I applaud. That's a great sign. I mean, I'm a Kennywood pass holder again for this year, for 2022. So I mean that says something. And I could be completely wrong. Like, there's nothing wrong with what they're doing with Kangaroo. Having Premier come in and improve, I have no issues with that. I worry about the outsourcing and how that could occur, how that could affect the wooden coasters. It may not affect them at all. They may remain great coasters, and this was all for naught.
Yeah.
There's just that thing in the back of my mind.
You just don't want to see them just start leaning on outsourcing.
Right.
Depending.
Yeah,
on
they need to have that maintenance in house.
You heard it here first, folks. Kennywood unveiling a new old ride.
A new
old ride.
I am actually into. I really want to see what the new lighting package and designs.
And what other details are we looking at with the refurbishment as well? Because they do include that's part of the remodel, but they also talk about a bigger and better Kangaroo, and they talked about the whole ride being refurbished.
So they said in the on the interview on CBS Pittsburgh that like the trees behind the plot of land that Kangaroo was and is going to be back on, they were removed, and that had something to do with the lighting package.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. In my mind, I'm kind of wondering if you remember what their Bay and Curve was like. It had that big like background.
Yes.
I wonder if there's something like that coming with Kangaroo that's gonna, be lit up and have some special effects and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've seen some people say like, oh, well, if they're gonna make it bigger, how's that gonna be the same ride experience? I don't think they're physically making the ride bigger.
No, I don't think that's what we're looking at here. I do think they might modernize a few things, but I think the ride will, like they said. I mean, they said the ride experience will be.
One thing I am concerned about is seatbelts.
Seatbelts.
I hope they're not adding seatbelts or anything like that. I hope the restraint system remains the same.
I think it's possible. Yeah.
But I do feel like one of the big things is they're probably going to have some type of it on, at least, even if it's the same, just on that door handle. I have a feeling there's going to be an interlock on that it can't be. Either it's going to be electronically controlled where it unlocks at the end of the ride or something like that. I think we'll see something like that. I just hope that there's not any real changes to the restraint system, because that free, movement in the car is a big part of Kangaroo. And Nick Paradise said it's not going to change the ride. I hope he realizes that changing the restraints change. So
yeah. And you mentioned with the backdrop possibility, maybe a brand new one, but I'm also thinking maybe in testimony, in monument almost of the Barnyard Curve. Maybe they just bring that backdrop in, and
yeah, they
as
could.
a token, like in memento to the Barnyard Curve.
Yeah, didn't Bay and Curve actually go out to California for spare parts for?
Yes, I don't think the backdrop was with it though.
Right, and that's the thing, because if I remember right, it's Kaga, right? That's who has it.
Yes, Kaga has the Barnyard Curve.
And they have a themed version of the ride.
Yes,
if I'm not mistaken, so they would have no use for the backdrop. So it's possible.
It's a possibility. All right, I'm stopping.
Looking forward. Or I guess we're gonna stop there, because I just realized you said, "Okay, I'm stopping." So.
I'm stopping. Yeah, because we kind of just sat there in awkward silence for a second. So I'm like, all right,
yeah.
Stop.
What's up, Marcus? Is he even still there?
Probably not. He probably just came in to steal what we're talking about and then leave.
Yep. He came to spy on us.
Get his material for the week. What are we talking about this week, boys, on their show? All right. Cheer up, sleep pigeon.
Oh, what can it mean?
Do I
daydream believer
and a homecoming queen?
All right.
As a white knight on his steed.
Is there an RCPD? Is there a red box entry?
A what?
This Vietnam coaster.
Oh. Probably. I would imagine there is.
Do we even know what park it's in? I don't.
Yes,
we
we
don't know
do.
anything about this. We do. Park is
Yes.
it?
Sun World Han Tom Nature Park.
Oh, the whole park's under construction. It's called Roaring Timbers.
It's opening next year. Yeah.
Because of course it's Timbers. All right, so I'm gonna cut it 21:30. Does that sound about right?
All right.
Was
21
that
what?
a yes? Wait, oh, sorry.
21:30.
Yeah.
All right. I got like 5 seconds less than you, but it's all right. I'm at 26.
Yeah, I think I've said. Hold on, what did I say after that? At 26, I said it's possible.
Why? Why'd you say that?
Oh, the backdrop.
Okay.
So I can actually, I'm gonna cut 28 and a half. Oh no, I didn't want to quick play that. Damn. All right.
I'm not a big calculus fan.
What?
I'm not a big calculus fan.
Neither am I.
Pam made that comment earlier, and I'm thinking about it. And the fact that I have that class tomorrow.
Oh. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2.
Twisted Timbers. Roaring Timbers.
Yeah, one of those timbers.
Is opening
kind of
up.
Timbers.
And the Sung World Hong Tom Nature Park in Phu Quoc, Vietnam. Opening in Vietnam. I don't know how to say that.
You were going. It seemed like you were going pretty good there for a
Yeah.
while.
I did seem good for a second. I impressed myself a bit. And then I came into some clarity, and I'm like, wait a second. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Wait a second, I have no idea what I'm saying.
Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, this is a beautiful GCI coaster going to this park in Vietnam. This whole park is currently being developed. It will open in 2022, but it looks amazing, this ride.
The other thing that looks amazing, the picture shows like a sky ride in the backdrop, and apparently that is one of the ways to get to this park. The other way is by boat.
Interesting.
And what I was reading, that sky ride is like, oh, I can't remember. It's like an insane height.
It looks like it.
Yeah, it was like something like 800 feet in the air, I think. And also it was like a half-hour ride. I think it was.
Wow.
It's impressive. But this GCI, man, it looks good. I love the terrain, like the way they did the terrain. This is one of those things where we're going to talk about, but you're probably going to just have to hit the show notes and look at the picture because there's no way we could describe this without, you just have to look at it.
The wood just and it's a beautiful green setting too. Like these trees and this forestry around it is beautiful, and the brown wood just contrasts perfectly with it. It just blends really well with its environment. Yeah, it's like a piece of work, a piece of art, a piece of work.
It's both.
It is. It's a piece of work because I'm never gonna get there. I'm kind of mad, but
I know. I would love to ride this. This just looks like.
It's like
just
teasing
look
me.
all the swooping turns and just.
Yeah.
I love. It's not really a terrain coaster, but it also plays with the terrain. So like it's I don't know. It's hard to
It
explain.
really
It's
reminds
just
me
like,
of. It looks a lot like Gold Striker at California's Great America, which is my favorite GCI. So I mean, this looks incredible. A lot of the swooping turns, the drop. It looks very reminiscent of that. So yes, this is undoubtedly something I want to ride. And again, I don't think I ever will, sadly, but it's there. It's teasing me. This is also a pretty big accolade. It's Vietnam's first wooden roller coaster.
yes,
So that's great that GCI is bringing something so new, novel to the area.
yeah. I mean, hey, anytime a wooden coaster gets built, I'm excited, even if I don't get to ride it. I just want to see them stay alive.
And it's good to see that well, the hypothesis we've talked about is the possibility of GCI kind of straying from their wooden coaster roots and maybe heading towards the Titan Track era of GCI. And it looks like they, at least for one ride, staying true and building a good wooden coaster.
Yes, indeed. I don't know where GCI is going. Yeah, it's definitely good to see. Of course, we also don't know when conceived. Hard to say. But yeah, it's definitely something to take a look at. And if you have the means to get to Vietnam, I would say this looks to be one worth traveling for.
Mm-hmm. Go do it, and then you send us an audio file and tell us how great it was.
Yes.
All right. Well, something that's not so great.
Speaking of wooden coasters.
There's two ways to transition from that.
All right. So here's the good news.
Turn them around, Bob.
Conneaut Lake Park posted on Instagram that the carousel will be open for the 2022 season.
Yay!
Um,
However, it doesn't appear the Blue Streak will be.
yeah, so out of all those classic rides, we know of one we saved, the carousel.
And they almost bragged about that fact. Look at our ride, the carousel will be here. Like, it was very odd.
I know. It really feels like, hey, pay no attention to the wooden destroying, but not. We haven't made any decisions on, but we're still destroying it.
The man behind the curtain, and just Todd Joseph over there with an axe, destroying.
I mean, there's a giant hole in the tunnel.
Yeah,
giant hole in the tunnel. I don't know the circumstances that led to that, but
and we also saw like the train being pulled off in that same image. So yeah, this is just it's a rough situation for Conneaut Lake, and this is by no means a fact, and by no means are we saying this is a source for you to utilize in discussion.
I think that's the thing here. I mean, let me preface this by saying that
disclaimer. This is.
I think that I don't think there's any hope for Blue Streak. I've kind of written it off. I hate it. It kills me to say that, but I just don't think there's any hope. But with that being said, I also am very skeptical of this post.
Yes.
Because this guy that made this post is saying like it's basically a done deal. They haven't officially scheduled the demolition, but it's coming, and there's no way that he can know this. Todd Joseph doesn't talk to anybody. I mean, he told a journalist to lose his number. He refused to respond to courts. I mean, there's no way that some random guy is going to talk to Todd and he's going to tell him, "Oh yeah, I'm destroying Blue Streak." The claim is that
it might be a personal relationship he has with him, but at the same time, why would he go on to Facebook and post about it then?
The claim is basically that the Pennsylvania ride inspections, the Department of Agriculture did an official inspection on Blue Streak, and basically found that it was going to be very expensive to bring it up to par, which there's so many different ways to look at this. I mean, they've done their annual inspections. It operated in 2019, and it was fine. They had done a lot of retracking. The coaster had been. I mean, in 2019, the park actually made money, even with paying off the back taxes. The park actually made money.
Yeah.
So
They made revenue.
it's. I'm not saying that there wasn't work that needed to be done. And I'm not saying that it's impossible that it could have failed inspection. But this whole post seems exaggerated to certain extents. And I feel like this is somebody just trying to, get in on the action. Like, oh, like and I don't understand, like this situation is horrible, but we have so many people that are trying to over dramatize an already dramatic situation. I don't understand the logic. And I just feel like I feel like this post doesn't really tell us anything. But at the same time, there's enough other things that are telling us that what he's saying is ultimately probably going to be the truth, even if it's not the truth at this moment.
What also comes out of this post is that Knoebels bought parts off Blue Streak and bought the Caterpillar and the Turtle Tumblebug.
But see, there's another thing though that I don't understand is what does Knoebels what off of Blue Streak would Knoebels use?
I really don't know. That was my initial like kind of grievance with this post as well, as I'm not sure. I mean, maybe parts of the train. That's all I was thinking.
They don't use those trains.
No, but
they have PTC trains.
Yeah, and this is a Vettel. I don't know.
So, like, that wouldn't make any sense.
Wheels.
I mean, maybe brake systems, but like those brake systems are.
I mean,
manual.
wheels for the most part are somewhat, especially wooden coaster wheels, kind of universal. They could be using those.
Maybe, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's like it's almost like this post was conceived out of little tidbits of like because it seemed like Knoebels actually bought the Kitty Turtle ride.
Mm-hmm.
Which that's not 100% confirmed either. I don't have reason to doubt that, but at the same time, like, we can't say with certainty. But it's not really a far-fetched thing. I mean, Dick Knoebel will go. I mean, he admitted at Hershey Park, he actually said how he went dumpster diving at Hershey Park for parts for his antique auto. So, I mean, there's no doubt that this is, that
This is the Dick way.
It's just kind of, I don't know. That there's just a lot of this particular post that, yeah, I don't know. But hey, guys, the carousel will be open.
Yeah, despite all of this, no matter what comes out of all this, the carousel will be open until it's not.
Right. It'll open in 2022 and then immediately.
Yep. And something that will not open in 2022. This is something we thought, before COVID would open in 2022.
Pantheon?
It's Pantheon, yes. Before COVID, we thought 2022 might bring us the Busch Gardens Williamsburg Drachenspire project. Obviously, that's
how time flies. We're still hoping that 2022 is going to bring us the
2020 project. But that is not the case. Obviously, we're still waiting for Pantheon's arrival. It's apparently been testing recently again, which is good. But the 2023 plans are no longer the next major attraction addition, according to BGW fans. They released an article a few days ago highlighting that point and saying that this ride will no longer come to fruition for the 2023 season as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what's going on here. And it seems like BGW fans knows a lot more than they can say right now.
They're not. Yeah, no, they're not at liberty to tell us. I don't think.
There's part of me that wonders if. So apparently, one of the things that there's basically within the SeaWorld chain, there's a huge desire to basically have a Giga at Busch Gardens Williamsburg.
Mm-hmm.
In reading this article, there was part of me that was in the back of my head thinking, there's always that debate with the shuttle coaster thing on, if you build a shuttle coaster 350 feet, is it a Giga? I say no, because I think you have to have full circuit to say that it's a Giga.
Yeah.
You can say it's a Giga shuttle if you.
I don't think
I think
many
that's
people.
a qualifier.
I mean, if we're talking general public, care that much.
But at the same time, though, there's also the point that Busch Gardens does tend. I mean, clearly they pay attention a lot more. I mean, it's clear because of how big of babies they can be towards BGW fans. They're clearly paying attention, and I kind of wonder if maybe well, you know what? I don't. If we're gonna do a Giga, I don't want the possibility of a technicality being there. Like, let's just do a Giga. So could they have scrapped it and gone back to the drawing board? I don't know.
Maybe.
I really, I don't know
Maybe.
what's going on with SeaWorld.
They do
I don't
hint at in
think
the
SeaWorld
article
knows what's
that
going on with SeaWorld.
they think they'll see Drakenspeyer or another similarly sized project in the 2024 or 2025 season. So it's still within the 5-year plan of the park. It's just not
Right.
coming 2023.
And they're basically what they're saying is there's a Giga, but that could be like, oh, let's delay it, let's make it full circuit.
Could be. And I would be ecstatic. I mean, despite our disagreements on whether or not it's an actual Giga, I would much more prefer a full circuit.
Absolutely, and I don't think there's anybody that disagree with that.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what's going on, but there's also those hints about something going on with Dark Castle.
Yeah, there's two hints buried within this story. So there's one about Busch Gardens Williamsburg and their I think they say they don't intend to squander. Those are their exact words, because they have secrets for another day, which they've kind of in recent tweets a little bit disclosed that we kind of know what we're looking at more so than we did when this article came out. They also talked about the surf rider in the article at the very end of the article.
But back to the first one, there's been a permit filed for modifications to a building within the Germany section.
Yeah, the Germany Village section, which is my only meh feeling about it, is that Dark Castle's not in Germany. If we're talking technical here, it's an Oktoberfest. So I mean, I don't think that's really what we're looking. I think it is.
I mean, what is Oktoberfest but Germany? I mean, that's a German.
No, well, they have the Oktoberfest section of the park, then they have the Germany section of the park, then they have the New France. Like they're two different locations. Like technically, if we're looking at Dark Castle, I would think they would call it Oktoberfest building, but it's. I think that was just my one like. But then I was like, I don't think just so. They're probably just missing their own terminology here and not calling it the correct land that they actually have in the park. But it's whatever. But yes, it was about a $3.5 million. I think the exact words were renovation to an already existing Germany Village building, which seems likely to be an addition to the Dark Castle. Most likely a dark ride.
It could just be a new Sally dark ride, but
I really thought for a second you're about to say it could just be a new salad bar.
It could be a new salad. I mean, it's possible. It could be a new salad bar.
I wouldn't put it past them.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. They do more food establishments, but then they don't open them anyway. So, But I don't know.
Newcastle in your salad bar.
There's there's a not maybe there's a get off of Dark Castle.
Yeah.
The I you know there's a lot of hints that kind of make me think it's not. I don't know. There's no, but there. I don't think it's that far fetched to maybe see a revival of, maybe not exactly the same ride, but a Dark Castle themed ride.
Yes.
That and here's the thing, I don't know if this has ever 100% been confirmed, but the general understanding seems to be that the reason why Dark Castle suddenly closed was because somebody dropped one of the insanely complex and insanely expensive projectors that ran ran part of the ride, basically could not replace it. And that's why the ride closed. Mm-hmm. But we're so far ahead. Like, I mean, what was complex and expensive back then is pretty simple and cheap now in a general sense. I don't see any reason why they couldn't reproduce the same types of things using today's technology.
Yeah, newer technology.
And I mean, you have special effects teams there. Like, I mean, I still will tell you, one of the best things about Busch Gardens Williamsburg is the Spark show. Like, that is one of the best laser shows I've ever seen. I love it. So there's people that do this type of work there at the park. I don't see any reason why this is a far idea.
Yeah, I mean, even to talk a little bit more relevant to a dark ride, you have Battle for Ire, which I think is a very, very decent. It's VR, but still, it's a pretty decent VR dark ride, and I don't see why they couldn't reproduce.
And actually, that's interesting.
Recover what we lost with Dark Castle in a little bit new of a fashion.
There's actually been rumors that Battle for Ire is actually going to be closing as well.
I have heard that, yes.
So maybe they're going to use some of the equipment from that ride over there to augment it. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that kind of, and then there's that other aspect of, if you close Battle for Ire, well, we need a dark ride replacement, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
Why not just do the thing and bring Dark Castle back? I mean, unfortunately, I never got to ride Dark Castle, but I'm believe me, I hear about it. I hear all about it. And it's clear that would be a very good move on their part.
Yeah, this is the kangaroo of Busch Gardens Williamsburg.
Yeah.
It really is. So bringing it back would be a huge step in, I think, like revitalizing some passion for this park that's been lost over the years. Because this park, I mean, no joke, I think it has one of the biggest fan bases. They're like, they have an entire fan group. I mean, you have fan groups for other parks, but I don't think there's really any as strong as BGW fans. I mean, that's just everybody.
And I mean, it's clearly faltering.
Yeah, exactly. So this could definitely revitalize, kind of bring a resurgence of passion and love for the park back that I think has been lost quite recently. So we'll see. I mean, that's something that I think would be a great move on their part, just like Kennywood. I don't think it's as deliberate as Kennywood's was. I think they might have just been like, oh, hey, maybe we shouldn't use this as a haunted house and a Santa meet and greet area anymore. Maybe we should actually.
Well, here's the other aspect.
I can't imagine that their team was too fond of that. I guarantee that was a corporate.
Oh, I'm sure it was. But here's the other thing, though. With a lot of the technologies that are available now, you can easily do skins and re-themes and things like that. Like, so they may, if this is what's happening, if they're gonna revive Dark Castle,
yeah,
they could. I mean, they know they have these events now. They could just build 3 seasons right into it, right from the start, so
Yeah.
that it's easy to swap out, the seasons. When fall hits, you maybe change some decoration and then, run a different program. Same thing with Christmas. Maybe change some decorations, run a different program. And everything is, immersive in a Christmas world or a Halloween world, your typical Dark Castle world. I mean, that technology is definitely there now. It can, than it was done back then.
Yes.
And they can even add to it. They can make even more, more surprises and things like that.
Indeed. And lastly, the last bit of information we received from BGW fans is, well, we haven't actually received it quite yet, but we've received a little bit more of this on Twitter than we did in the actual article. The article just teases a Project Penguin, which is the B&M Surfrider project at SeaWorld Orlando. They kind of tease that at the very end of the end of the article here.
Is this Surf Rider or Surf Coaster?
I think it might be Surf
I thought
Coaster?
it was Surf Coaster.
Surf is a Surf Rider?
But now since you said Surf Rider, now I'm not. I thought it was Surf Coaster.
All right, the Surf
But-
model. Let's just call it the Surf.
The Surf something or other.
The Surf. Let's just call it the Surf.
The Surf.
The Surf is being teased in this article, and they likely will have an article for us. I think they said this coming week. So after we've dropped this episode, that Thursday we'll talk about it next Thursday. So we're not really going to dive too much into that, other than the fact that they did answer one individual's question on Twitter, because they proposed that they would do so if someone asked them a yes or no question. The first one to ask them a yes or no question, they would answer. And somebody asked them if it was a double launch, and they responded that it will be a single launch, which isn't a yes or no question now that I think about it. But that was their initial that was the initial prompt. But something along those lines, I think, occurred, and then they answered it would be a single launch. So we know that bit.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Man, I feel like this surf thing has been a thing for way too long. Come on, SeaWorld, man. They're just...
I mean, there was this whole
Everybody kind of forgot about Surf
pandemic.
Coaster. Oh, yeah, it was a pandemic. It had nothing to do with Scott Ross at all.
No, not Scott.
Aaron Gwazi, Pantheon, none of that had anything to do
Good
with
business decision, Bob.
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
that was seriously one of the hardest arguments I ever had. Because it's like, yes, I understand the business and I get it, but it still sucks.
All right, let's move on. The Triple Loop, Indiana
It's being
Beach,
torn down, right?
it's being packed. They've just demolished it completely, and it's gone.
Except that it's growing like a weed
Yeah,
now.
exactly. Except that actually more of all the loops have been completed. So we're actually seeing more of the loops completed than we initially saw back when we announced that they were starting to take some of them down, some of the parts of them down. So yeah, all 3 loops now completed. And I hope they're in the right place this time. Hopefully they're
Apparently it is.
just
I really
right.
honestly, I really think that it was what we saw last year was nothing more than trying to get what they needed to either remanufacture or repair, or it was more than just build it. So I'm sure they probably hoped that they got it in the right, but I don't think they were like really focusing on that. But I mean, clearly, like this, I mean, there's pictures, Reddit, there's posts all over Reddit. I basically picked the one that I think covered the most ground to put in our show notes, but there's even one that's even newer that has even newer pictures if you want to go look at it. But like it just keeps going up faster and faster and faster and faster. And yeah, it's interesting that Indiana Beach is going to actually have 2 new coasters this year, it seems.
Yeah, it does. It might be quite an addition, 2 additions for this year too. It's really amazing, and fantastic how quickly they are able to assemble. I mean, obviously this is a traveling coaster, but it's still pretty fantastic that just weeks prior people were questioning its the integrity of this ride and if it was able if they were still counting on this ride to operate at all at their park, or they were going to get rid of it completely. Like they can't again. That was such a ridiculous argument.
Yeah,
they've come to the epiphany
really
that
was.
oh wow, wait a second, this ride had an accident. Whoopsie, we didn't realize that when we bought it. But
Right.
it's amazing.
They had no idea.
It's amazing that just weeks ago it was questioned its future, and now I mean, a large portion of it's completed.
Yeah, it definitely looks good for things right now. I kind of feel like we're going to actually see both these coasters at both these new old coasters at Indiana Beach open up this year.
Yeah, I do too, which is great.
That park's becoming quite the destination, honestly.
It is. You're gonna have to revisit now.
Yeah, I very thoroughly when I visited last
Salam
year. I
Basul.
loved it.
Fantastic. All right.
Loco Sumo though, that just still takes the cake. That is such a unique coaster.
Oh, it looks fantastic. All right. Well, Six Flags. Interesting.
What is
move.
going on with Six Flags, James?
Yeah.
What is the deal?
I think they're trying to stump us here. I think they're like, we thought they were kind of heading in an okay direction, and then it was like, no.
Seriously, Six Flags was on the best trajectory that I had seen them on. I mean, honestly, they'd been on a much better trajectory than Cedar Fair had been, and I think even SeaWorld. But SeaWorld's not on a real. I don't think SeaWorld's on a trajectory. They're kind of on this they're on a roller coaster themselves.
Yeah.
But Six Flags had some huge things going for it. Not that they're necessarily all ending, but this isn't actually the news story, but I figure I'd mention it. Do you remember years ago when you went to buy a Six Flags season pass and you had no idea what was going on? You had no idea what you had to buy. You had no idea what came with what. Well, it looks like that's back.
Yep.
And with a vengeance, because so I guess for Black Friday, all the parks sold a Gold Plus pass, which was like, oh, we're done. We're not doing that anymore. But for Black Friday, they had them again. And then Great Adventure sold that the season membership that I got that disappeared a couple days after I got it.
Yep.
Well, it's back now.
Yep.
But it seems to have disappeared from the Texas parks, which had it first.
Well,
Not really.
Texas Park.
They're still there.
It's at
Right.
Fiesta, Texas.
So yeah, I don't know. It's a mess.
It is.
But yeah, so to top that all off, the CEO's done.
Yep.
He's leaving.
Yep. Mike Sopranos.
Shapiro.
Is it Shapiro? All right, let me
I
restart.
mean, this isn't
Please.
serious.
I'm not doing Sopranos. I'm not gonna let you get me that. Yeah, Mike Sopranos. Were you gonna say this isn't the mafia or something?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. No, Mike Sopranos was the one before him. Right? There was somebody named Sopranos, I'm pretty sure. I'm not crazy.
I think you're crazy.
Spanhos. Mike Spanhos. They got too many CEOs. That was a CEO before him. Huh? I'm really confused now. Who is Mike Spanos?
He was the CEO, wasn't he? Oh, I don't like the Shapiro guy was not. Yeah, Shapiro was long. That Coaster Radio makes fun of all the time.
What?
He's not the CEO. Yeah. Yeah, Spanos was the.
Wait, so I was right then.
What?
Mike Spanos is the one. The one I said Sopranos on accident, but Spanos is the CEO that left.
Yeah. Why'd you write Shapiro?
You wrote Shapiro. You said Shapiro.
I didn't write that.
I did not write that either. I literally just changed the title of the article from the.
The title of
Maybe
the
this isn't
article is
old.
Inline XBRL View. I didn't write that.
I
You
didn't-
wrote that.
I did not remember writing Mark Shapiro. Why is Mark Shapiro is like, yeah, he's like,
Like a long time ago.
all right, well, you went along with it, so
Well, no, you like I knew
No,
you were saying it wrong,
bullshit,
and I read it,
bullshit.
but then it like
you
Then I was
fucking
like,
you
wait,
went
what
along
the-
with it. You had no idea. You would have said Shapiro all day.
you had me second guessing myself. Because Shapiro is who Coaster Radio makes fun of.
I know,
Like,
I
they-
know, I know. I
like-
know who it is now. But I was like, that's why I was like, no, it's Soprano or Spano or whatever.
You said Sopranos, and I was like, no, Shapiro, because I read it,
Which
and I
is
was like,
Supri-
what the hell is going on? There's
Shapiro,
too many names that
Soprano,
aren't right.
Shapiro, Shapiro. There's too many Italians. All right, all right, I'm good though. I was reading the right article. I was like, is this article old or something? Why does it say Spanos then? Oh man,
All right. I cut at like 52:17 and a half.
that would have been really shitty if we'd if we'd continued. So I'm kind of glad we stopped. Actually, we would have been confusing ourselves. We would have like, wait, no, we would have had the whole thing on the air.
It would have been a mess.
Yeah.
Because I knew that was wrong, but at the same time, I was. You apparently read it. I must be wrong. Like that's
I
literally.
did
what
read
came
it. That's
through my
the thing.
head.
I
was
did
like,
read it. I just literally quickly. I was like writing it very quickly to start the show, and I just wrote.
'Cause I was like, Shapiro's like, I'm like, well, maybe he was. Surprised I didn't recognize that he was CEO. I was like, wow.
Shapiro. He just came back and he
I
left.
know. I was like so confused. I had no idea what was going on. Like part of me knew it was wrong, but at the same time, because you
went along
found the article, so you had to be
Yeah,
right.
you're like, if you're jumping off a bridge, I guess I feel like this is wrong, but you're doing it.
Yeah, I
so-
don't, yeah, whatever. It's fine. It'll be fine.
All
All
right.
right.
Can we please continue?
Where'd you cut?
Well, the
Or we just
Texas Park.
You're gonna have to sync it.
It's at
again.
Fiesta, Texas.
You gotta remember to sync all
is.
these spots.
Yeah. Where did you stop? 52:17.
50-17 and a half, or 52-17 and a half.
Were
I
you
can
saying
go back.
anything? What did you just said?
I don't know. Last I talked was 52-14.
And then just cut there,
Oh wait, hold on.
because the last time wait, how was that?
I
no,
haven't
just
done
do
a fair
14.
listen to what I said.
Just
You
do-
talk.
Just do 14. That's fine.
Wait, hold on. Let me see what I was saying. Oh, I said to top all that all off, the CEO's done. He's leaving.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's where you'll pick up from. So I'll cut it like 52-15.
All right.
Does that work?
Mm-hmm.
And then you lead off of that. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2.
Correct. Michael Spanhos, the CEO, has now stepped down and been replaced by Salim Basoul. And it's interesting because Spanos has been on this wave of nothing but increasing revenue, attendance. I mean, they're doing a good job coming back from the pandemic.
He seemed to be really focused on guest experience.
Yeah, but even just speaking from like a solely the business and the stocks and the dividends, they were doing well coming back from this pandemic, and abruptly we just see him get let go and a replacement come in. It was an odd move, I thought, from Six Flags. I don't know if it's Six Flags or if it was necessarily, a mutual decision. But
I kind of got the feeling that it was Spanos' decision, but I don't know that for sure.
I don't know. The wording is they entered into an agreement in general release, pursuant to which Mr. Soprano stepped down. So yeah, it could be his decision. It could be a mutual party kind of decision. Like, hey, let's step down. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. There's some crazy thing. So Basol is taking over the CEO, but then somebody's taking over his spot, and he's the new chairman of the board. He's actually from Spirit Airlines,
Yes,
which is that's
comforting, right?
That's about on par.
Yeah, I would say Six Flags is the Spirit Airlines of the theme park industry.
That's I mean, it was changing, but maybe not now. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is I was so hopeful, man. So hopeful. Six Flags really was looking good. Maybe it won't change. Maybe I'll be positive. Maybe, who knows? We'll see.
Maybe Spirit will pull some strings for us. Oh God, I mean, this isn't realistic. Hopefully, we don't see any Spirit ads in the park. No, that would be tasteless. But
no, but we'll have to pay to take our bags in to the park.
Yeah, probably. But maybe the prices of tickets will drop down even less than they are already. It'll be dirt cheap, $15. Come on in. All right. Well, that wraps up our first half of the show here. When we come back, as Bob mentioned at the very beginning of the show, we have a bit of enthusiast news to discuss and dive into. We're also talking about a weekly poll we asked you 2 weeks ago, so it's a bi-weekly poll this time. We're talking about that right after this break. All right, snack time.
Do we have anybody in our live stream?
End our live stream?
The chat. Anybody in the chat? Is anybody out there?
Is there anybody out there?
Mine says 2 people watching. I just realized you pinned.
Daniel just roasted you. He said, "Why aren't you in the live chat?" And he said, "Because he has a life and friends."
I saw it. He roasted you too.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna call him on air real quick.
Who you calling?
Oh wow, he answered like without it even ringing. Hey.
What's up?
Join the live chat.
I'm in Chesapeake like hanging out with Josh right now. What's going on?
Oh, you're killing me. I thought you were back in Richmond.
I came back literally just for today and then I'm going back up tomorrow.
You're a freak. All right.
Hey, Pam's still awake.
Can I get more people in the live chat? Is it really lonely in there?
Yeah, we messaged you on Discord and asked where you were at.
Yeah, no, I haven't really been thinking on the phone. Wait, do you know what time we have to be at the thing on Saturday?
9. My dad said, my dad suggested we just park at your apartment and walk over because it's kind of close. He said that parking will probably be hard to find because it's a big deal in the city, so it'll probably be a lot of parking occupied. All right.
I will see you at 9 then.
No, I'll see you earlier than that. I'll probably be there earlier, so we can walk over. All right, I'll see you.
Bye. See you. Bye. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye. All right.
Pam's still awake.
He's in Chesapeake for today. He literally went back just for today. I'm like, you're a freak.
What did you do that for?
I don't know. He came up here to go to college in Richmond, and he keeps going back to Chesapeake. I'm gonna go get something to eat though. Do you disagree?
No, you need to have a slide for like break time.
Wait. I can do it. I have like a general delay. Watch this. Oh man, it went black again. I don't know what the hell is going on with that.
Oh well.
We're back though. Hello, everybody. We're back from the dead for a second time tonight. Mm.
Zippity doo dah, zippity yay. Let me know when you're ready.
All right. I'm ready.
Three, two.
And welcome back, everyone. Coaster Enthusiast News first. Holiday World, Splash and Safari, hosts a annual event each year. Hollywood Nights, as you all know, we've done nothing but praise the event for the past 3 years we've been attending, and we will continue to do so. This year, however, brings a new change to the event. Probably the largest change, at least in recent history, for this event. I know they had a big renaming of it once. It used to be called, I can't even remember, but yeah, this is probably the largest change in recent history, and it is that they are now reducing capacity of who can attend. Only, damn it, fuck. A peanut went down the wrong pipe earlier, and all right, let's just restart that.
Yep.
What was it called before? Now that's driving me crazy. Do you remember?
I do not.
Oh fuck! I'm gonna have to find that. That's gonna drive me crazy, man. It was called something. It was called something. Man. Alright, I guess I'm not gonna find it. Thought it began with an M, I think. I'm gonna find it, Bob. I promise you.
It does say they're giving weight to long time.
I know, yeah.
I don't know how long that. I mean, the fact that we went in 20 probably helps.
This is gonna drive me crazy. Oh, I think it was called. It had something to do with Raven. Stark Raven Mad. That's what it was.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, there we go. I knew there was an M in there. All right, the event. Which... Yep. All right. You ready?
Yep. 3, 2.
And we're back, everybody, from that break. Some coaster enthusiast news to discuss here. Hollywood Nights, the event for card-carrying roller coaster enthusiast members, has experienced quite a big change. Probably the biggest change since, the event changed names back in 2006 from Stark Raven Mad to Hollywood Nights. They've actually now decided to limit the attendance, the capacity of the event to 500 people. And essentially, you're applying to go at this moment in time. They're asking you to submit an application, which basically is your name, the club you're involved in, and the reason you want to go. And they take that all into consideration when obviously allowing the 500 people into the event. They're doing this obviously because of past issues with the past 2 years, really, the event just being excessively overcrowded to the point where no one was having a good time. I mean, all right, a great event still. We're still having a good time. Let me rephrase that. To the point where, I don't know, it started to hinder on the event a little bit.
Yeah, it did.
It was still a great event. I don't want to say the event wasn't fun, but it was, it started to hinder on the event a bit. And so, yeah, they realized this, and they said that they were listening to their fans out there, and they've come to this conclusion now to limit the event capacity.
So, it does. Okay, I was gonna say I was just rereading the 500 number, but I see that's not actually in blog post / letter. It's actually in the Hollywood Nights event page.
Yes.
So, yeah. So, I mean, this is something that I think pretty much everybody last year was kind of wanting to see. And this is this is something that happens. Everybody goes, "Oh, they really need attendance. Really need attendance. Like, this is just too busy. They have to limit the attendance." But nobody stops to think that, well, that could prevent me from going. It's always like, well, if they limit the attendance, that affects everybody else. It doesn't, right? And, it's kind of interesting. You're seeing this mix of different opinions circulating the web right now. Really, the enthusiasts love Hollywood Nights. They love Holiday World. And there's a lot of respect for this park in the community. So there's definitely more of a positive of like if a Cedar Fair park did this, like that would be,
bash galore.
Really bad. Like, yeah, it would be terrible. But there are definitely those people out there that are kind of attacking, like, oh, this is unfair. This is just, they shouldn't do it this way. I mean, that's not. First of all, that's not our place to say. They choose to do this event for us. It's not our place to demand it and say, well, you do it this way. I mean, if you don't like it, you don't have to partake. I guess that's what I'm saying.
But they have a team analyzing what's best for them.
Yeah,
and I'm sure. I mean, they did mention that they heard quite a bit of outreach from the community, the coaster community, that is, about limiting this attendance. But this was their choice when it comes down to things. They chose to do this. This wasn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they have to. They have to. I mean, what? I mean, let's face it. We were there. We were talking about this. Not 100% sure if it was 2018, 2019, probably 2019 first year. But there's definitely been a trajectory. It's grown. And
I mean,
if they don't
we were waiting
do something,
on the stairs for Voyage in the first year of when we went.
oh yeah, like it
And
was yeah,
It was 10, 15 minute
there was
wait
no
at
way.
most. And then I went 2020. That changed. The line got quite a bit longer. And then 2021, last year, this year, last year, this year, whatever you want to call it. It's starting to get to that time where it is last year. But
Oh yeah,
that was ridiculous. I mean, we were waiting longer than we were during the operating season, the operating time of the actual park, the operating
Yeah.
hours. So yeah, it was getting quite ridiculous.
and I mean next year would just be bigger. I mean, there's.
yeah.
I mean, if
I
they
mean,
don't cap it,
this
it's
bubble is
gonna-
growing. People are, and it's great. People are hearing about Hollywood Nights, hearing about how great a park it is, how great Voyage is at night. I'm nothing but thrilled that people are wanting to go out to the park. But I mean, soon I think we were talking. We think it hit somewhere in the low mid thousands of people at this event. I mean, it's going to just be
Yeah,
too
I had
big.
heard a number around 1,300.
Yeah, it's just
And
going to.
let's be real. This is not. I mean, this is a smaller park.
This park has 4 roller coasters. This park has 4 roller coasters. Even if we distributed that evenly, that'd be kind of a crowded each ride. But no, everyone's at Voyage. So you have
Right.
1,000 people at Voyage, and then 300. Yeah, Thunderbird. Well, Thunderbird wasn't even open. That's probably in part due to, in part kind of affected the lines for Voyage. But still, even that, like Thunderbird, the other 2 years I went, never really had a line. But even if we theoretically just distribute that up evenly, that's still quite a big crowd at each ride. So yeah, that's just it's a
Yeah,
little too much.
and this is the thing. There's you can complain about this, and all you're gonna do is 1, stress yourself out, and 2, potentially ruin it for everybody else. If I don't get to go this year, I don't get to go this year, but I still have hope for next year. If we put the park in a position where no longer appreciate what they do, and the fact that the reason why they're doing this is to try to make the event better for us.
Yeah, improve the experience for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't recognize that and we don't respect that, we run the risk of them just saying, you know what, this isn't worth the hassle. We don't care. We don't want to do this anymore. Because that's the thing that started this event. If you talk to any of the employees, they'll tell you they love this event much. That's what's different about going to Hollywood Nights or going to Knoebels Phoenix Fun Fall Fest is the employees. Well, even Knoebels is a mix.
Yeah.
But at Holiday World, like every employee there, pretty much across the board, loves this event as much as the
It
enthusiasts.
appreciates the enthusiasts. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, they have whole teams that, like I know Voyage's team each year volunteers. Like they volunteer to work it. They're there till 1 a.m. cheering and having a great time. It's
yeah,
amazing.
and that's I even saw somebody comment like, oh well, I guess like if they're gonna cut the attendance, then they're gonna have to double the price to make up for the money. This isn't a money making event. Now I'm not saying that they don't make money. I mean, I don't know. I would hope that they make
Sure,
something.
they try to profit.
But, yeah, but this is not something that they're out to make money.
This is not a cash grab.
because they enjoy it. They literally enjoy this as much as we do. And if we start acting like the entitled enthusiasts that most parks have seen from us, they're just going to go with every other park and say, you know what, it's not worth it.
And I've already seen people
And-
saying and jumping on this notion that $125 for 2 days. What's up with that? It was never that expensive, and they're failing to realize that it's now a full 2-day event, and
Right.
and even before it was about $100. I think it was about $100 for the event and a full day ticket for Friday. It was about $100 like last year and the years before.
Yeah.
So you're talking about $25 price increase, well worth for 2 days of amazing perks, experiences you'll never receive elsewhere. and any other kind of
And your
events.
food
So.
is basically included as well.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
you don't.
Some really great meals.
I mean, they have so much good food. You're gonna opt to buy some anyway. But you don't have when you go there, you don't have to budget for food because they feed you.
Yes, you could
Like,
theoretically go and not have to spend a dime.
it's this is the right move on the part, and I like it. I realize that this affects me. It's frustrating. Yes, it's kind of sad. It's like, it's not necessarily a given that but I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
No. It's
There's
exactly what
events that I've-
last year I even said after the event, this is exactly what I would like to see. Again,
and a lot of people were saying that they weren't going to go again because last year was too busy.
yeah. So this is it's sad to see, but it's also good to see. Like the event's gotten so big that I'm glad. Like I've said earlier, I'm glad that it's so popular and that people want to get out to this park. But at the same time, that creates a bit of a sticky situation, not just for us because we, the park's overcrowded when we're there, but for them, and it creates situations like last year where you have complete jerks, at the park, and they can't manage them. And I think that's partially why they're doing this as well, because people are like, oh, I have to audition. I have to, it's a job interview to go to this event now. You have to write a sentence about why you want to go. It's ridiculous. All they're asking for is you to explain why you want to go to the event. You could easily just write, I want to have a good time at one of my favorite parks, and I'm sure they would accept that as a reasonable fine. Like, people are acting like they're like, I have to do a song and dance to get... they're just asking you why you want to go. What's up? Why you want to come?
Yeah, exactly.
You like roller coasters? That's great. Awesome. There you go.
It's
ridiculous.
not that big of a... Now, let me tell
but
you,
I think it is for those people that they want to blacklist. I mean, like, that's the best way to put those. Then those people deservingly, they need to be blacklisted. Those people that are going to act a fool and are going to f things up, to be blunt.
Yeah,
like they did last year and ruin the event for quite a bit of people.
And here's the
create
other
a
thing
whole
too.
situation for Holiday
There's
World.
there's a ton of people that are saying like, oh, well, I wish it would just do first come first served. Let me tell you,
No.
I've been a part of many events or like that are huge. That's not what we want. First of all, let me use an example in this industry. Winter Chill Out at Cedar Point. You basically have 5 seconds to buy your tickets. That's it. They sell out that fast.
Yep.
That's not an exaggeration. That is literal. That is actually what happens. The second they go on sale, they are sold out in about 5 seconds. Unless you're one of the lucky ones that gets like one of the dropout tickets that didn't complete the sale
Yeah.
later, like that's it. You're done. And another huge event, and this is an example that I had earlier today. One of my favorite things every year was an event called Pinburg, which is a pinball tournament that takes place in Pittsburgh. Love that event so much. I mean, cannot tell, like, on the pinball side, like, that's basically the Hollywood Nights of pinball. It was a huge part of my year.
Sure. Yeah.
The last year they had it was 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And they had increased the participants to 1,000 that year. They sold out in a second. It might have been 2. It was like 1 or 2 seconds. That's how fast they sold 1,000 tickets like that. There's nothing like that. First of all, like, that's not really a fair way of doing it, because you can't. Not everybody can be there that very second.
Yeah.
Not everybody has the. I mean, I still contend that one of the reasons why I didn't, come to think of it, I did not actually get in that year. I got waitlisted that year. No, I'm sorry. I got in that year. 2020 was when they increased, but 2020 never happened. So I got waitlisted for 2020, but then that never happened. But I mean, this is an example of something. There are a lot of things that came into the closure of Pinburg and the foundation that ran Pinburg. But I I can assure you, one of the significant parts was people just complained about it. You know, it was, and that's something that's gone. And I would much rather that event be around and me not be able to attend than that event just being wiped off the face of the earth. So
Yeah.
I think that's, I think people should probably take that into perspective, that, this could just as easily be a situation where Holiday World says it's not worth it, and they could just shut down this event and it doesn't exist for anybody anywhere. That's not a better solution. And if you argue that that's a better solution, then I don't even understand why you appreciated Hollywood Nights to begin with.
I agree. Yeah, it's a concession we have to make at this point. The event's just gotten too big, and that's just a fact. And this is the best way. I think this is one of the better ways to handle it. Really, I do. Because again, you mentioned Winter Chill Out. I know Coaster Stock is similar, where it sells out almost immediately, and that's no way to sign up for an event. That's stressful, creates high stress, and it just, I think it destroys what they're promoting, and Holiday World always has, and they say this in the letter, is community and like those kind of values, friendship. And if you're F this guy, he got a ticket, I didn't get it, that's not promoting community, it's not promoting togetherness. So yeah, I really appreciate Holiday World doing this in a way that they realize is just as effective as selling 1,000 tickets in 1 second, but it's a better organized way.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing to remember too is this is just the first steps that they're taking.
Oh yeah,
I don't think that we've at all have seen what the full plan is, or they may not even have the 100% full plan at this point. This may just be hey, send these applications in, let us gauge what's going on, and we'll reassess from there.
They even say in one of the articles that they ended up promoting that this is an experiment. Yeah.
Right. And let's see what happens. I mean, don't arguing, complaining, and just generally being pissed off does absolutely nothing constructive in this process. And if there's one thing that I've learned about Holiday World, it's that they are going to work their hardest to make this work. And I've seen, there's no other park that I've seen that has so quickly adjusted to things. Even when they did their virtual queue system, I will tell you, I was there when they first implemented that, and at that time, it was a piece of crap. It was horrible. It was a really, really bad situation. And I talked to a lot of people that went even just a few weeks after I was there, and the improvements that they made just on the feedback, just in a matter of weeks, was just so impressive. They quickly responded, and that's the thing, is you have to be constructive about what you do. Don't attack them like that. Keep your attitude in check, I think, is the big thing to say. There's no what gives you or me a reason, why should we be entitled to go versus somebody else?
Mm-hmm.
Those are hard. Those are hard decisions to make. Those are I don't. I think one of the big things is of all the people that are complaining about this, not a single person has actually offered any other solution that's better.
Correct.
And if you have a solution that you think is better, I'm sure Holiday World would be ecstatic
Thrilled.
if you emailed them and said, hey, here's an idea.
Because again, this is not, I don't think this is their finalized method. This is just, again, an experiment for them to see and gauge what they will be doing in the future. And again, I mean, 500 people, that could be a number that they don't stick with. They could decide to raise that number, or to lower it. Who knows? I mean, I don't know why we're so stuck on this finite number of 500 and like, oh, that's too exclusive. I mean, first off, that's not that exclusive. That's a pretty large. I think that's a pretty large number. Isn't that? That's what I think. What Coaster Mania cuts it off as well. Which
I'm not actually sure.
so I don't think that's too low of a number, really. I don't know. I just don't like this complaints about this, because again, this is what I think the general sentiment was after this event occurred. There's too many people, and now people are mad. There's not gonna be enough people. Like, it's like I'm confused, because like
Well,
it's like
Yeah, people are mad because they're limiting them. They
Yeah.
might potentially limit.
I agree with your
It's-
initial
it's-
point of they were fine with the capacity until the capacity is inflicted on them. Oh wait,
Right. As
I'm
long as
not
it
a part of that
affects,
500. No, I don't
as
like
long
that.
as it hurts other people, it's a great idea. But the second it hurts me, and there's, I mean, other than being selfish, there's no reason for that. I mean, why would it affect everybody else and not you? There's no
Mm-hmm.
there's no valid argument to that.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, this is oh, we didn't actually bring it up. Honey, I Shrunk the Event. That's the theme for next year, which is fantastic. For many of you who
Indeed.
don't know the classic Honey, We Shrunk the Kids films. Yeah. So this is Hollywood Nights 2022. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. I don't know if I'll be able to go. I might apply just to see, if I get in even, and then decide from there. Because they do mention in the countless posts they've made about this that even if you're not sure you're gonna go, send us an email and a direct message after you apply, and we'll try to figure something out. I don't really know if that means that they want you to still go ahead and do it, or if they're just like, well, it's whatever. I might still fill out the form and find out later if I'm able to go. But yeah, this is a fantastic decision, I think, on their part. I think it was the right decision, and again, I think they realize that there is a potential for something crummy to kind of happen if you again just release 1,000 tickets at one time. So I'm glad that they're trying to kind of deter that a little bit. Not allow for that kind of ticket processing to happen. So if you guys remember, 2 weeks ago, we asked you about the B&M Hyper coasters and what are your favorite B&M Hyper coasters. This mainly arrived because of our constant arguments over Candemonium, Nitro, and that kind of fused into this, hey, let's just talk about our favorite B&M Hypers. Let's see what our audience has to say. And we're also going to share our own, which most of you can probably predict because I think we've talked about them quite a bit. But most importantly, we're talking about yours, your and the audience's. And we got quite a few responses here. So honestly, a lot of people internationally, or at least been international trips. So here, our first list is 3 coasters long. Shambhala, Portaventura, Silver Star at Europa Park, and then 3 Raging Bull at Six Flags Great America. I think that's an interesting list.
So
Yeah, I haven't been on either of them either. Any of them either. I will hopefully have been on Shambhala and Silver Star by the end of 2022, but I won't get it to the one in the States. I'll be on the 2 in Europe, but I won't have gotten the one in the States probably, unless I end up in Illinois. But yeah, that's it. That's an interesting list. We can't really speak to that too much. Next one. All right, here's one we can kind of speak to. Mako is number 1. Silver Star is number 2. Shambhala is number 3. Nitro is number 4. Diamondback is number 5. And Behemoth is number 6. So again, can't speak to Silver Star, Shambhala. But Nitro is far too high.
no,
Yeah.
Nitro's too low.
It needs to be there below Diamondback and Behemoth. Because I've ridden those two. I know I know for a fact.
Your definition of a fact is misleading.
It's misconstrued a little bit. All right, next list. I'm gonna see a common theme here. A lot of number ones being Mako. So again, Mako number 1, Goliath number 2 at Six Flags Over Georgia, Candemonium number 3, Behemoth number 4, Nitro number 5, Intimidator at Carowinds number 6, Diamondback number 7, Apollo's Chariot number 8, Goliath at LaRonde number 9, and number 10, Raging Bull.
That of the ones I read, that kind of fits.
Honestly, the ones we have the same top 3, except Goliath should be ahead of Mako, from my list. So yeah, from my point of view, other than the Nitro list ranking, we're smooth sailing. The next list consists of 3. I think probably it's in an okay order. Number 1, Apollo's Chariot. Number 2, Diamondback. Number 3, Intimidator. I maybe would put down. I think I put Diamondback above Apollo's Chariot, but just slightly. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard. These are. I think the biggest thing about these is they're so close together. I mean, for me,
Yeah,
I
really,
have
they are.
5. For me, I have 5, and 1 and 2 are basically the same, and 3, 4, same. Like they're all kind of like.
For me, it's like the top 3 are the same, maybe the top 4. Then it drops off to the top, like the next 2, and then the other 2 are like the bottom of my list. One of them goes like all the way to the very bottom. I don't know which one I'm referencing, but I'll remember it eventually.
I'll remember that you're objectively wrong.
Objectively wrong. Next list we have again number 1 Mako, number 2 Diamondback, number 3 Apollo's Chariot, number 4 Nitro. That out of the ones I've written is in the correct order. So I've actually written all of those. Excuse me. The one I have a few that you haven't written in there, but that's the correct order with the ones that you've written that I have as well.
I disagree.
That's okay. You're objectively wrong. All right. Next list we have Goliath at Over Georgia, Mako, Nitro, Candemonium, Apollo's Chariot, Diamondback, Intimidator at Carowinds. I think that's a fair list, other than where my boy Nitro's ranked.
You're right. Nitro should be higher.
Yeah, it should be in a tier of its own, called the shitty tier. The next list we got
Still don't understand.
Mako, number 1, Behemoth, number 2, Apollo's Chariot, number 3, Raging Bull, number 4, Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia, number 5, Intimidator at Carowinds, number 6, number 7, Diamondback, and number 8, Nitro. That's a great list, just because of the placement of Nitro. Might be my favorite list.
You're wrong.
It's okay. All right. We have 5 more, and then we will unveil our own lists. I don't know if you can tell which ones we like and dislike by us giving our thoughts on your list, but number 1 is Apollo's Chariot, which is surprising, really surprising, because this is a list of 7 BNM Hyperculture. So Apollo's top on the list is surprising. Apollo's number 1, Mako number 2, Nitro number 3, Silver Star number 4, Behemoth number 5, Intimidator number 6, and Diamondback number 7. So Diamondback last place there. Interesting take. Definitely a hot take, but nonetheless a take.
Indeed.
All right.
I don't think it's all that hot though, but
I think very last place,
oh.
below Intimidator.
I'm impressed to see Apollo's up high though. That's what.
Yeah, it is, and actually the next one is even. This is a list of pretty much not all of them, but a good chunk of them, 13 here. Shambhala, number 1. Mako / Apollo's Chariot tied for second place. Goliath at La Ronde, number 3. Behemoth, number 4. Silver Star, number 5. Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia, number 6. Diamondback, number 7. Nitro, number 8. Raging Bull, number 9. Number 10 is Intimidator at Carowinds, and number 11 is Hollywood Dream, which is the Japan, Universal Japan. Yeah, so it's interesting. There you see Apollo's Chariot up there again, up towards the top. I think it's a great ride,
interesting.
but that's even high
Let's
for my
face it,
taste.
they're all great rides.
Nah, Bob, I just don't agree.
See, that's what I don't understand. Like, you're a B&M fan,
I know,
and
that's
I'm
the
here
greatness.
saying that all B&M hypers
That's the irony
are
in this
great
situation.
rides, and you're saying no, one of them is not a great.
No, that's the
I don't understand
irony in this all is I think proportionally I'm the bigger B&M fan, but not when it comes to hypers. Apparently, they were the one hyper. All right, the next.
And I'm just
You're at a loss of words.
I just don't get it. I don't understand. It's not even that. It's not even on your. It's the fact that you don't like it. Like,
I don't know what it is. Just, I don't know. When it comes to Nitro, there are just so many other rides within that same park that I would rather ride. And that doesn't really apply to any of the other B&M hypers. I mean, excluding El Toro and Kingda Ka even, I'd rather ride Bizarro.
oh God, no.
Yeah. Riddler. Or Green Lantern, excuse me, not Riddler. I was thinking Magic Mountain. Superman. I mean, there's just that in the list. That's already a pretty. That's 3
No,
coasters
see,
right there.
I even just
That's
of
3
all the
B&Ms right there.
Of all the B&Ms
The Mine
in
Train.
that park, Nitro is by far the best.
Well, I guess you could consider Nitro the Mine Train. When I think about it.
Oh my God. There's something seriously wrong with you.
All right,
You've hit your head too much on
next
Bizarro.
list.
That's what's
next
happened.
list. Number 1 is Diamondback. So there we have Diamondback back. Diamondback back.
There was once a time where I would have said yay.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's interesting to see like a contrast
It
between
is.
2 lists here, where one is.
I'd be
number
curious
7,
to know the
one's
last
number
time
1.
they were Diamondback, though.
Yeah, it would have been nice if we got a little bit of context with these lists, but again, it's kind of hard to write all that in with the responses.
Diamondback is also probably one of the most moody. I mean, all B&M coasters can be moody, especially the hypers, but Diamondback is exceptionally moody.
It is. It is a moody ride. I've heard. All the rides I've gotten on it, I think, have been about on par with one another. But I've heard people get amazing rides and then kind of not so great rides. All my rides have been pretty good. I haven't gotten any rides where I was like, holy crap, that's the best B&M hyper. I haven't got anywhere I was like, that's a piece of crap.
My first ride on Diamondback was way back in probably the first or second year it was open, and oh my God, it was unlike anything I'd ever. I mean, since then there have been many coasters that have exceeded it, but
Surmounted that, yeah.
my dad, my sister, and I were at Kings Island on a trip, and every single one of us was just completely blown away.
All right, well, we have a list from our good friend Daniel now, in his B&M hypers here. He said to understand, he said he wants to make a disclaimer and a clarification. I got a really good 1 Nitro ride back when we were all there in April. But as it stands, I do not think it's elite. And it was an elite ride on the coaster, but it was not for the genre in general. So here's his list now, knowing that. And he also said Raging Bull is a ride he has not ridden since, 2006. So he says this doesn't really count. So here's his list. Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia. Apollo's Chariot at Busch Gardens Williamsburg, which I'm actually surprised to see. Behemoth at Canada's Wonderland. Diamondback at Kings Island. Intimidator at Carowinds. Nitro. And then Raging Bull. And again, Raging Bull, he said, doesn't really count. So there's Daniel's list. Ranking Nitro where it should be. I'm gonna keep giving it to you. All right, 2 more lists to go, and then we're done for the night with guest responses or audience responses. Excuse me. Here we go. This is the one list that almost made me cringe writing it, but here we go. Number 1, Nitro. Number 2, Behemoth. Number 3, Raging Bull. Number 4, Apollo's Chariot. Number 5, Diamondback, and number 6, Intimidator at Carowinds. So I think you had every other ranking was fine except for the number 1 spot. Like I really have no problem with the rest of the list. But let's get to the last list here, and then we'll argue some more when we share our list, I'm sure. Number 1, Mako. Number 2, Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia. Number 3, Diamondback. Number 4, Intimidator. And number 5, Nitro. All right, well, it's time for our lists. Let's see how ours compares to some of the guests.
Start
Some
off
of the
with
audiences.
crap.
Why do I keep calling them guests? You guys are not guests. You're not on the show. I wish you were, so you could give us context to your question, the response here to the weekly poll, but you're not here. So, Bob, take it away.
All right, here it is, the ultimate B&M hyper list of the 5 I rode.
The ultimate guide
Yes.
to the 5 coasters Bob ridden. Yeah.
Number 1. What is number 1? What do you think is number 1?
Oh, I know what number 1 is.
You do?
It is Candemonium at Hershey Park.
Yeah, good call. That's absolutely what it is.
Should I
What's
give
number
it? Should I
2?
just do your whole list for you?
No, I'm curious if you know it. We'll do it step by step. What's number 2?
All right, number 2 is. Oh wait, I had this. I even called it earlier. Number 2 is Nitro.
Yep,
All right.
absolutely. And I will say this: those two are so close together
That I could vomit.
that I shut up. They are both on the same level. I could invert those.
That is
and maybe-
heresy, boy. That is heresy. Oh,
You're dumb. You're dumb.
You're dumb. We're just gonna result to primal insults now. You're stupid. Well, you're a butt face. Oh.
All right. What do you think number 3 is?
Number 3 is Diamondback.
Nope.
No, it's not. All right, Apollo's Chariot.
Nope.
I'm trying to remember which one you ridden then. Oh, Intimidator. No. No. Actually, I would have. If I had thought about that, I would have said that. I'd forgotten you'd ridden Intimidator, and that was your.
Here's
that was your
the thing about. This is the thing about Intimidator.
It sucks. I'm just kidding.
Shut up. Intimidator has a lot of unique movements in it, and I don't know. I kind of like it because it's. I don't know. To
I
me,
like to refer to it
it's-
as Intimidator.
Shut up. It's different than most B&M hypers. Like, it has a different feel, and I kind of like. It gets some points for that. That second hill. That's the best part about.
I do
about
agree.
that coaster.
I actually
I love
I
that.
like
Like,
Intimidator.
that
It's
is-
fine. I like the drop. I think the drop's fun, and I do like that turn. To be honest, what has happened, and I'm sorry to kind of take your time here, but I'll explain it when we talk about Intimidator on my list. Hold up, it's your turn.
Okay. So then number 4 is Diamondback,
Yeah,
and number 5 is Apollo's Chariot.
grossly underrated in that list there, but
But here's again, I want to say this. I don't like putting Apollo's Chariot at the bottom, but I don't like putting any of them at the bottom because 3, 4, and 5, Intimidator, Diamondback, and Apollo's Chariot are all so close to each other. They're all on the same level, equally for the most part.
yeah. And then there's me that has Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia at number 1, and then actually I'll just give my list real quick, and then I'll share where the actual values are in my actual list. So Goliath is number 1 at Six Flags Over Georgia, and then we have Mako at SeaWorld Orlando, then Candemonium at Hershey Park, then Behemoth, and then this is where the drop off for me kind of occurs. Diamondback, Apollo's Chariot, which are ranked like neck and neck. They could really be interchangeable. I've changed it every time I go back and ride one of them. I change it. Those are really close together. And
I've
then
always
it's
had
like,
that same problem.
and then it's like way down the list, way down there. Intimidator at Carowinds and Nitro at Six Flags Great Adventure. So Bob's over here preaching they're all the same. For me, it's Goliath is number 25 on my list. Goliath over Georgia. Let's see. Nitro is number 107. Do you see how big that gap is? Bob's over here talking. So for me, it is definitely not an accurate representation of how I feel about the hypers. But yeah.
Yeah, so, well, actually, so so Diamondback and Apollo's Chariot aren't on my list, but I actually, and this is I've only done my top 40, but Candemonium is number 18, Nitro is number 23, and Intimidator is number 37.
All right. That's
I will give an asterisk. I need to
terrible,
actually go. I haven't actually from like the last 15 coasters I added. I do need to still reassess. So some of those, but
right.
but that's a that gives you an idea. And like that's the thing. Like even Diamondback and Apollo's Chariot are still going to be in like my. Like they're not going to fall that much further than under the 40. I would think.
Yeah. So the range of my rankings is 82. 82 spots. They traverse 82 spots. So I am not of the opinion that they're at all similar. Not all of them are alike, and that they're all great. The only one I would say really isn't great in my opinion is Nitro. All the others are I would say great, fun rides. Nitro just, to me,
and that's the thing. I would
such
say
a-
they're all just great rides.
yeah, Nitro.
They're not Intamin, but they're great rides.
Yeah. All right. Well, that does it for this week's show. We do have one last thing, obviously, to cover, and that is next week's weekly poll, which is: are you going to apply to Hollywood Nights? Are you going to? Do you think it's worth it to apply to send in your application to the park and see if you'll be one of the lucky 500 people chosen? I mean, we're acting like they're choosing one person to go to this event. It's crazy. You'll be one of the 500 people that get to go, permitted to go to this event. Will you take that chance? Let us know, and then you can also explain why or why not. And that does it again for the show. So if you want to answer that poll, coastertalkpodcast.com/poll is where you can go. You can also find it by following us on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, all at Coaster Talk Podcast. We will post our links to the poll there, but we'll also post so much more related to coasters in our podcast there. If you want to follow the channel on YouTube, it's Coaster Talk Podcast. All 3 separate words there. If you want to contact the show with any comments, questions, or concerns, or if you just have a general inquiry that we discussed on the show, you want to send in an inquiry we had on the show, which again, we are promoting a chance for you to come in and talk on the show if you want. And you also will receive a prize if we deem you worthy. So that's really where you might be a lucky selected winner there. If we deem your call-in valuable in the sense that it makes us laugh, it makes us cry, it makes us think, whatever it does, if we find it's the best submission we've gotten, we will reward you with a Voyage pin or a Pantheon 2022 lanyard. And again, that's reaching out, coastertalkpodcast.com/contact, or emailing james@coastertalkpodcast.com or bob@coastertalkpodcast.com. And lastly, you can purchase any merchandise at our shop, coastertalkpodcast.com/shop. So we appreciate all you guys for listening. We're back. We'll be back every week. I know we took a little bit of a hiatus and kind of last minute impromptu hiatus, but we'll be back next week. We'll see you guys then.
Ta-da. So My audio is definitely higher than it should be. So I'm going to actually filter.
Re-record it all. I'm just kidding.
Huh?
Re-record it all. I'm just...
Yeah. I'm actually going to change the filter level for the noise gate. So if you happen to notice an issue, I'm gonna look at. I think that it seemed like my voice normally like typically kicked in like right around, I don't know, maybe like 19 or 20. Usually I do 24 or 25. I think I'm 20.
All right.
See how that sounds.
Did you end up putting that show on Plex yet? So I'm gonna go probably watch that. Ah, sorry.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We are still live. What's up, guys? How you doing? We should probably end that now that I think about it.
Yeah. Good night, guys.
Adios.
If anybody's still watching.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody there, but goodbye, guys. Anybody that's watching in the future.